Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Policy and Services meeting of Tuesday, November 12th. Welcome, everyone, and would the clerk call the roll?
Chair Niss.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. Here. 3 present.
Thank you, and accounted for. Okay, we're going to start with oral communications, and our first one is Jennifer Lansman.
Good evening. I submit for the record that since June 10th, when the city rejected asking FAA to reconsider what is in effect a license to deposit more aircraft noise and pollution on Palo Alto neighborhoods and schools, council has been silent. On June 11th, the Palo Alto Weekly reported of those who addressed the council or submitted letters, nearly everyone spoke in favor of suing the agency. That goes for the speakers and letters at the May meeting and the public input at prior opportunities for the city to legally challenge FAA oversights. But council goes out of their way to instead sort of play it for others, I believe, at Palo Alto's expense. In June, the mayor wrote to the SC roundtable indicating that the city did not assert legally the night prior due to worry about what our neighbors would think. That is an unnecessary risk. The mayor of LA and the city attorney of the city of Los Angeles are instead forcefully going to bat legally for a handful of Los Angeles neighborhoods on the same FAA procedural failures happening here. But here you are, silent and distant about all of the Palo Alto's 36 neighborhoods. I live just blocks from here. We are not that big of a town. You are my city government. I need answers to know what informs your actions and inactions with city resources to address this issue. You get highly informed input from residents who are not only impacted but have in-depth understanding of the issues, including experience with the dynamics of regional bodies. What is so powerful that makes you reject what this collective is saying? Do you have, what other input do you have? People you trust but who don't show themselves. Is it staff or your aviation advisors who have the weightier say? While you are influencing the city's positions in the face of several other procedures that will impact the city, and as long as the city is speaking for Palo Alto on regional bodies, you are accountable. You must explain what justifies the trade-offs that you and the city make, and what justifies them to be so contrary to constituent input and the public interest. It's not okay to be silent since June. I request that you please schedule a town hall on airplane noise as soon as possible to have an open discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. And that takes us to our regular agenda. Before we begin, maybe you would like to know who else is sitting at the table. Could we start there?
Good evening, Heather Dollar, Intergovernmental Affairs Officer.
Good evening, Nicolo DeLuca. I'm a Senior Director at Townsend Public Affairs, and we do the state advocacy for the city.
Monique Ziesenhenny, Assistant City Manager and staff for this committee.
And welcome to Monique. I think it's the first time you staffed this committee, am I right? As the assistant, as the, yes. What are you officially?
Assistant City Manager.
Assistant City Manager. Not the Assistant 2, which is another position. Right, right. Okay, so with that, we're going to go on to an update from the city's state legislative advocate and a review and approval of the 2020 legislative guidelines and an updated advocacy process manual. And welcome from Sacramento. Nice to see you.
Councilmember Niss, as you correctly noted, we have 2 items in this first agenda item. One is, of course, to hear from Mr. DeLuca. He was, as you recall, before the full council in both January and May. He's here today just to give a very broad overview of all that has happened in 2019 and to prognosticate a little bit about what we think might be coming down the pike in 2020. The second part is a little bit of business for this commission to review and approve the 2020 legislative guidelines, which have been informed by Mr. DeLuca, as well as our federal lobbying team, Van Scoyac, as well as some internal input, and then lastly, our advocacy process manual. So we could go forward with Mr. DeLuca's presentation first and the business second, or we could flip it, whatever your pleasure.
Let's start with you, Mr. DeLuca.
Go ahead, Nicola.
Nice to see you.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Niss and members of the committee. Thank you for inviting me here. Nicolo DeLuca from Townsend Public Affairs. What I'm going to do, as Ms. Dowler said, is give a general overview of this past year, what we see looking forward, and some hot trends and topics. The three of you are all very well educated on some things going on in Sacramento, so if any of this is redundant, just let me know. This was the first year of Governor Newsom's administration, and there was a lot of learning and feeling out, so to speak, of what the governor's priorities were and what the state legislature's priorities were. No secret from the legislature, housing was probably the most discussed topic. I'd say about 25 to 30 bills were signed into law on various housing proposals, whether that was for ADUs, secondary units, tenant protections, what have you. And that really continued the trend of what the governor was saying when he put forward his state budget. When it comes to local government, there was about $1 billion in the state budget as it relates to housing for cities, and that covers direct allocations to cities to address homelessness, direct allocations to counties on homelessness, and then competitive applications to help build affordable housing. Some fun data, as we all know, October 13th was the last day for the governor to sign bills. There was 1,042 bills that were sent to the governor's desk. The governor signed 870. He vetoed 172. For all the mathematicians, that's a 16.5% veto rate, which was the actual highest of Governor Brown's 16-year tenure. So interesting that the two kind of were compared against each other, but the same veto rate. We are in the second year of a 2-year cycle. So what that means is there was about 1,600 bills that were what we call held in committee. They get a chance to be reheard. 1,600, it's going to start. The legislature comes back on the 6th of January, and for some of these bills, they have until the end of January to get out of their first policy committee. That's a lot faster than the first year of a 2-year cycle. One of those bills, and I'll get into, is SB 50. That bill has been looming. As you know, it was held in the Senate Appropriations Committee. Senator Weiner and his staff, they've been working on the bill. I suspect we will see a new amended version in the next couple of weeks. And something that we're doing on the city's behalf is to make sure we get a copy of what the amendments are and proposed amendments so we know how to address this moving forward. I also want to highlight the bill still needs to go through its process of policy committee, full floor, and then the same thing over in the second house in the assembly. As I said, the legislature convenes on the 6th. On the 10th, the governor, per the Constitution, will have to present his budget. Past couple of years, I think we've been fortunate where there's been a surplus. We expect a little bit less of a surplus and more rainy day savings, though from speaking to folks in the governor's cabinet, another big policy topic will be housing, but also homelessness. We were speaking earlier about the proper phrase of upzoning or downzoning. I do suspect in the governor's budget he will propose some type of measure towards cities about fast-tracking construction. I also expect him to have some type of carrot involved, which is funding, whether it's for municipalities or others, to build more housing. Homelessness, there was $650 million given to cities and counties. I expect around that number to remain the same. Obviously, this is a very tragic issue that's impacting small cities, big cities, wealthy cities, and kind of other cities. I think there will be, moving forward, housing, the policy topics we expect to see, housing, homelessness, a greater discussion on mental health. So less about building shelters and temporary housing and more about long-term permanent solutions. So kind of Health and Human Services Secretary, he's gonna have his hands full. Vaping is going to be very big. The governor did an executive order on hearing back from his agencies on proposals to reduce the teenage smoking epidemic and other vaping-related illnesses. So we expect to see that. Other topics will be the FASTER proposal, which is a discussion about the 9 Bay Area counties and some type of sales tax increase for rail. And then, of course, wildfires and utility shutoffs. Senator Wiener has a bill already that's been out there, SB 378, that has kind of the rules of engagement for cities and utilities on the shut-offs, some type of reimbursement, some type of compensation. And then next week, the Senate Energy Committee will be having a informational hearing on what to do. I think the PG&E bankruptcy and the interaction with the state will be taking a lot of the headlines. Definitely, as we keep moving through, we're still sort of in the fire season until it rains. So I think expect that to be top billing on the marquee. Let's see, going through my notes. As it relates to housing, something that's already out there is, and they're doing workshops that our firm's been present, is Assemblymember Grayson is an assembly member from the Concord area. He had a bill late last year about reducing impact fees, development impact fees for cities. That was put on hold. He's been doing, so to speak, a roadshow. He was in Fresno last week, Oakland today, Los Angeles next week, and some other cities to get input from builders, cities, and others as to, are impact fees a barrier to construction? If so, how do you address it? Though there's some constitutional issues, as I understand, with schools and some of the fees involved in impact fees and how that plays out. And then, of course, something that's very important, and really want to thank Ms. Dollar, the city manager, and all of you. We were working on a specific budget request from Assemblymember Berman and Senator Hill for money for the design of grade separation. That request made it very, very, very far in the process. Unfortunately, did not make the final state budget. We're asking for money for the design. Something that we've been talking about last year is, obviously there's the desire for grade separation and the construction. A lot of those dollars are usually tied to goods movement. So how do we as Palo Alto separate ourselves from other requests? And one of the things that's most important before construction starts is having the design funding. So we're fortunate. There's a great delegation, Senator Hill, Assemblymember Berman, very supportive of not just this request but others. And we've already been in direct dialogue with them about priorities for the upcoming year, grade separation support, and what have you.
Are you saying that there was a bill that didn't get signed?
There was a funding request in the state budget.
Okay.
As you know,
That-
both houses approved it in the final budget conference committee. It unfortunately did not make it in, but it made it in very far. And the goal is to submit something again this year and change up our tactics a little bit. So with that, happy to answer each and every question. Appreciate your time. Looking forward to another good year with you all. I do want to tip my cap to your administrative team. Everyone's very helpful. Clear direction from Ms. Dollar, from the city manager, the assistant city manager. So we appreciate that. Clear direction is always very happy, considering things can move very, very fast in a very chaotic environment.
Good, thank you. Lydia, Greg? Want to start?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the update on everything. Does the Sacramento folks ever talk about transportation seriously? Because it's all about housing, 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 and I understand, we do have a homelessness issue, but are they looking at the homelessness in the different categories that it comes with? I mean, not everybody who's homeless is due to losing their house, but there's also the people that have mental health issues, and there's nothing that is really put in place in order to take care of those people, of these kind of illnesses, where they can live and have medical help. But then also, it's really only about that, but then there's nothing really discussed about transportation and finding a regional solution or a metroplex sort of solution in terms of investing in infrastructure. All they can talk about is having those faster proposals where they're consistently taxing, and usually it's regressive tax that impacts the lower income folks and really doesn't help the solution whatsoever. So what are they discussing up there besides, delivering goods and that sort of transportation, but nothing? I mean, for our funding request for design and grade separation, which is one of the ways to reduce traffic, and it's put in the back seat when we're trying to move forward. So I would really like to hear, You know, what are they talking about? What are they trying to discuss?
Absolutely.
What kind of serious solutions are they looking at?
With regards to all of your, I love all of your points, and I'll take it from the top. With regards to transportation, greater discussion in years past. As you know, successfully, SB1 was approved by the voters, so it gives cities in the state money to improve the roads. But more importantly, what we keep hearing over and over again is part of the reason why there's a housing crunch is because our transportation systems are very, very poor. Seeing a greater focus the last few years of a more regional approach. As you recall, I think it was in 2016, RM3, Regional Measure 3, was approved by the 9 Bay Area counties, which is a total increase, to go to specific projects. Part of the reason for the faster, and that's to those in the public, faster is really Senate Bill, I want to say 273 from Senator Jim Bell, who is from the San Jose area and is the chair of the Senate Transportation Committee. It's a legislative proposal that's been discussed where the Bay Area Council and Silicon Valley Leadership Group are the two co-sponsors about doing some type of sales tax increase for the 9 Bay Area counties to do mega projects. This would be in perpetuity. So whereas RM3 was helpful, it didn't touch all the projects that are needed. From what I'm constantly hearing over and over again in Sacramento is there's the jobs, housing, transportation balance or imbalance, which sets some regions apart or at a disadvantage. So I think from a Sacramento perspective, there was the excitement of SB1 passing to maintain what's existing, but now it's what's the new revenue sources and what are we looking to see happen for a greater regional approach. I will say the the two main bookends in the state, no secret, the Bay Area and LA County. I think the Bay Area legislators have been more forthcoming in putting forward proposals to do the more regional approach as opposed to kind of piecemealing here and there. Definitely where you're coming from, sales tax, regressive. I just think that, or the reasoning behind the sales tax is it's so massive, you've got to have such a huge pot to address it. And unfortunately, bonding doesn't hit it because bonds only go so high. And then parcel taxes can impact more seniors, and folks don't necessarily want to do that. So transportation, greater discussion over the years, part of the jobs, housing, transportation imbalance, more of a regional approach. Mental health, I have a feeling last year and then more this year, I think you're going to see a more serious approach. And I think the hard thing with mental health as it relates to the homeless is it's something ongoing. It takes a lot of money and a lot of patience. There have been more proposals about extended care, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. It's just at times those proposals are so massive and so specific, they're hard to pull off. But the governor's been clear, it's a mental health issue. He wants to put a greater focus on mental health. And then with regards to the infrastructure, fortunately funding to address it, but it's more of what goes forward. So when it comes to housing, I've heard more and more discussions, and we'll see when the legislative proposals come out, how do you balance jobs, housing, transportation? It is something people have been wrestling with, and I've not yet seen the silver bullet, but I remain optimistic.
Well, thank you for that. But so RM3 is increasing tolls, right?
Correct. That was approved by the voters. Increase the tolls.
Right.
$1, then $2, and $3, and that's going into the pot. MTC handles that, and it was specific projects, and then different pots. So faster. One way of thinking of faster is essentially a larger version of
1 cent,
RM3.
right?
Exactly.
1 cent at the 9 county. So it's constantly just increasing sales tax or increasing tolls, and this hits all the people who live in the Bay Area.
Yep.
And so what I'm trying to say is that that's not a solution. I don't know how long they think that they can sustain this kind of increase in tolls and taxes on the regular residents and on people who live here. So without the action and showing that there's a solution to transportation. In every regard, our busing system has gone down and has lost ridership. Our trains are not able to function because there's the capacity issue. So I have to wonder if the state is actually looking at MTC and VTA, all these organizations and all these bodies that are not doing what they're supposed to do in the T that is in their acronyms. They're doing everything else but the transportation part of it. So perhaps there should be a redirection of the folks up at state level to be looking at, they might need to reorg these agencies and consolidate or do something with it, and at the same time have a check and balance mechanism in there as well.
I'll tell you this, back when I had a full head of hair and there was no gray in it, we worked on a bill to increase the membership of MTC. One would think that was an easy bill. That was probably one of the harder bills I've ever worked on. Just adding 2 new seats.
Wait, so say that again?
Many, many years ago, I worked on a bill to add 2 new seats to the MTC board, and just the pushback on that due to many different reasons, it was a lot harder than it needed to be.
Well, I think that there's a system that is broken over there at MTC, and that we need, and I think our government needs to take another hard look at it. It's now very much cronyism in there, and then on top of that, they're not elected officials, but they're making big decisions for this region, and a lot of the decisions are not benefiting the residents or the people who live here. So I've had my say, but I think transportation is an area that
Definitely.
we really have to look at.
And I think the city's been good about transportation, whether weighing in formally or informally with our delegation or others. And I think Palo Alto is a great story to tell. I mean, you've got Caltrain taking you to the city. You've got so much technology and other ways of getting around. I mean, I remember you were one of the first cities I ever heard about doing the AV vehicles and using different creative ways to address the problem. You know, I know that the governor's mentioned it and others have, but it's, like you said, it's a hard problem to crack, but.
Right, and also, you know, with all the big companies that are located up and down the Bay Area and the peninsula, and as more of them are gonna, if they start expanding more, the state should also be thinking about a metroplex sort of kind of transportation management agency. Rather than having all the cities trying to enforce that, the state should be looking into that kind of solution as well, and funding it also. Well, or causing the companies to put some funding towards it, rather than us here at the local level trying to get them to do that. If they are intentional about reducing traffic and finding ways for transportation to relieve traffic.
So just a reminder for us sitting here, the only way that you can get on MTC is to begin to get very involved in regional kinds of bodies and activities. No one has served on MTC that I can remember from Palo Alto since, I'm guessing, 1994. I'm pretty sure. So important that
right.
we're out and about and run for office, not just worry about it, but run for it. So, Greg.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation and for your work. So I largely agree with what Councilmember Koo talked about in terms of transportation. I think you said it well, right? Transportation and housing are kind of like the same problem, but different side of the coin, right? If you really solve the transportation, then we wouldn't have the housing problem. But if you don't have too good transportation, then you have a big housing problem. And so I think that to really address this issue, I mean, if you take it to extreme, if we had perfect transportation, right, people could teleport, instantly, then, housing is not a big deal. You can live wherever, right? But of course, we don't have that, and we'll probably we'll never have something like that. So the question is, how do you move people around, right? Because I think one of the realities is that in today's economy, the probability of someone having the same job for the rest of their life is almost nil, right? I've had 10 jobs so far and probably have many more. And I'm sure most people here will have multiple jobs. I think the days of having a single job for the rest of your life is just, so people will move their job very frequently, right? But they will probably not move where they live. And so by really addressing the transportation, I think it's definitely a more sustainable type of approach of solving the problems. Not that we don't need housing, but I think transportation, hasn't really been well addressed. And I think, we've heard a lot about it so far. But in particular, the thing that I think that and I'm glad that transportation is actually first on the list here. I think that's actually a good move. But I almost think that on the red lines here, and I like how you guys did the red lines. That kind of look to see what the deltas are. I think that if you look at Caltrain, it's the spine of the Bay Area, and Palo Alto is the second busiest stop on the train line, and to me it just seems kind of absurd that we don't have more help from the state on this, right? I mean, perhaps even on a federal level, we're one of the, I think our area is one of the biggest economies. If we just look at the Silicon Valley area, it's one of the biggest economies in the world, and we're definitely stymied by the traffic issues, and I think an investment in Caltrain would make a lot of sense, and so I guess I would almost move the third bullet up to the first, because I think that's really important. We're looking at these grade separations, and each of them is crazy expensive, right?
Very expensive.
Yeah, and how are the cities going to fund all of this, right? I mean, in some ways, there should be some sort of funding from the state to help grade separate all of these. Because if Caltrain really was grade separated, and it could run a lot more frequently, it could probably solve a lot of the traffic issues, right? But right now, it runs like during off time, like once an hour maybe, right? And so it's hard for people to rely on it. So I think that's, to me, one of the most. I mean, there's a lot we could ask for, and I know that Assemblyman Berman tried to get some funding in this regard, but it wasn't successful. But I don't know what we could do, because I guess in some ways you guys are a lobbyist, right? So like, what can we do? What can you guys do to help influence that?
I think we made great headway last year. Obviously, we didn't get it to the finish line. If it was a marathon, we'd be mile 24. Keep in mind, we're competing statewide on other issues. But something that we've been huddling internally with the city team about is essentially make it more of a pedestrian bicycle safety issue, about reducing GHGs due to all the traffic, about getting people off the roads, to encourage them to take Caltrain, to take rail, but also just overall, I'd say pedestrian and bicycle safety. It's never good to highlight some of the accidents or some of the fatalities, but that has to be known that the reason why you need the grade separation is due to rails going through an actual active, vibrant city. Another way to attack it would be, we like to create large coalitions. So not just make it a City of Palo Alto issue, but who else is involved? Some of the Caltrain or other entities or other groups bring in public safety. So really attacking it from different angles, and then making sure that our delegation, Mr. Berman, Mr. Hill, have all the bullet points. I mean, they know the area well, and then just providing them extra support. Just like building a coalition, and it's not rocket science, it's just every day pounding the hallways of the Capitol.
Yeah, because I guess my feeling is there's a lot of stuff on this list, but if I think of, like, if we got a lot of grade separation money, right, it would help with the greenhouse gas, because, people could take the train instead of driving. It would help, of course, with traffic issues. I mean, there's kind of goodness all around. And so for me, it's almost like, rather than having so many different things that we're working on, go for something, and really make that happen, right? Versus we have all these little things that we're trying to do, but, we don't really, it's kind of like, spreading peanut butter all across your toast versus trying to focus on one thing and actually make that happen, right?
We also, another thing there's two ways to get grade separation funding. One is to apply to the CTC. That's really extremely competitive. That's more of the goods movement. And so the recommendation that we made was go through the state budget because it's less competitive. However, what we need to do is make it clear to the state, because the state's like a bank. Hey, once they give you the money, they want to guarantee it gets spent quickly. So we need to really highlight the story of, hey, this is money for design as we work towards the greater build out. And highlight, and the city's taking great actions of coming up with your plans. That's something we're a lot further along now than we were last year. No, there is a plan in place. This is a city priority that we are moving forward on these plans. However, we need the funding to do the design to lead to the actual heavy construction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I guess, if you guys had a more singular focus, let's say, bring home the bacon on the grade separation money, would that have any effect, or is it better to have like a laundry list of stuff?
It's always good to have specific issues, but also keeping aware in Sacramento, I mean, a million things could pop off at any given moment. And so.
Well,
so
I guess one thing I was thinking about is if, I mean, I think in general there should be some, and I know from the state level it's hard for people to think, oh, let's just focus on Palo Alto,
Sure,
right?
sure.
And people think, oh, Palo Alto has a lot of money, so let's not worry about them. But I think moving from that kind of discussion, saying like, how do we bring money into Palo Alto, to more about, this is the spine of the Bay Area, right? So much of the wealth creation in California is actually from this area, serviced by Caltrain. And to keep the economy vibrant, right, it's important to invest in this. And if you're going to invest in it, okay, so I think the first step is getting the investment into the great separations for Caltrain, right? So I think that's the first step. I think the second step is, well, then how do you divvy up the money, right? And what I would suggest here is, rather than saying let's focus on a particular city, right, because that's, that never really works very well, focus it on priority. Prioritize the biggest stops first. So 4th and King, Palo Alto, right? I mean, you kind of work your way down the list here, right? So, and so I think, so it doesn't have to be about us, right? It could be about
Make it a ridership issue, make it more of a
yeah,
regional issue.
yeah. So make it more about like, because you got to think about all those people. With the second busiest stops, you got to think about all those people coming into Palo Alto, and how many more people could come in via train versus driving, if the service was faster and more frequent, right? And you can think about the greenhouse gas reduction, because I think staff was telling me, I think 70% of our greenhouse gas is transportation, or something.
I've heard that, yeah.
Yeah, something astounding, right? And so like, if we could really make a dent in this, it would go so far in all the different goals that we're going. But I think, I guess I'd like to see some focus here.
Sure.
Right? Really on pushing super hard on the Caltrain grid separation, and then more importantly, not just spreading it evenly, because like maybe go away, not many people take it, right? I have no idea, but I mean, it should be rank order from the most busiest station to the least busiest, right? And allocate the money that way, because I think sometimes doing less is more. You know what I'm saying? And so I would love to see, this time next year, you guys come back and say, hey, look, great separation money, right?
I love that too. Nothing's more clear than securing funding, and that's a source of pride for our firm. And I like where you're going. I think you raised some really good points. We're already scribbling notes, so I think we already have some thoughts percolating on next steps.
Yeah, I guess I just want to make it more tangible, right? And have a smaller list, more tangible list. And I think is more important to us, at least from the state, in terms of what the state could help, than this great separation money. But it's kind of, how do we get it? We had Bremen go to bat for us, didn't happen, right? Yeah.
So let me inject something here, though. As I recall, Caltrain recently received a fair amount of money from high-speed rail.
Yes.
And remind me of how much it was.
I cannot remember off the top of my head, but let me go back and I will get you an update.
3-something, I think. Does it sound like
It was a good chunk of change.
Yeah, like 365.
Could be.
Something like that. So that's a huge step in the right direction. So, but just a reminder for us sitting here, VTA was formed by a vote of the people. It's a bill. So in order to change that, it has to become, I would say, a bill again, and you would have to have everybody vote for it. And whether or not there'd be support for that would be very interesting. Remember, San Jose dominates our whole region. MTC, because you asked about that, Lydia, as I said, MTC is an appointment. None of us have run for it, and you guys are going to stay on for a while on the council. Think of running for MTC. That's where the money is, and that's where we need to be to get it. So we've got to think of ways that you maneuver this situation. Caltrain, I'm going to guess that they will be starting to talk about how they're going to use that money.
Yes.
They are due to have, I think, a big retreat. Is it next week?
November 21st.
Yeah, that's over in Half Moon Bay, perhaps, in that direction. And that's a good chance for people to be there. Lydia, can you maybe go to that?
It's on my calendar.
Good, because that will be a good chance to find out how they're going to be doing that. Of course, we also have a maybe tax at some point in the future, talking about taking it on locally as well.
We were just speaking about that with the city manager earlier.
Right. And I had a long discussion today with somebody about how we will go about the Measure B money, which was in the enabling legislation. And that Measure B money gives $700 million to 3 cities, us, Mountain View, and Sunnyvale. And we'll fight it out, I think, for that. But that money is in there, and I think we can make a good case for getting our fair share of it. The other thing, though, is we're not quite ready at this point to break ground for any of the grade steps.
That's from a state perspective. I mean, CTC, they've got tight timelines with the purse strings for
Right.
grade SAP, in fact.
Right.
And those traditionally are more the ports, due to just so much of the goods
Right.
movement. That's why the state budget route's a little bit more, less cumbersome. But yeah, no, definitely we have to be able to show a real timeline, ability to break ground. But like I said, I think we're a lot further along right now than we were last year. And through all the planning that you've done with your committee, with council workshops and what have you, it bodes a lot better.
Well, some of us are doing, because other cities are ahead of us. So it's incumbent on us to move this thing along with grade steps.
Food for thought, you were going to mention it earlier, the regional approach. I really like highlighting the ridership, because that's what it's all about moving bodies. But there could always be something for discussion down the road. How do we partner with neighbors for a push?
Right, yes. So, did I hear somewhere that LA is going to be required to build an extraordinary number of homes?
What I recall from LA on a lot of the housing issues is there's a push. Oh, you're talking about SCAG? Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
SCAG, Southern California Association of Government, got their RENA numbers, and I think it was something like 3.5 million homes or something along those lines.
Something phenomenal.
And when the news hit, it's like in the movies when someone walks into a bar and the record player skips. I think that was kind of the overall reaction that they had. Because I know a friend of mine's a secretary that oversees housing, and she was regaling me with some of the stories. But yes, the RENA numbers based on future growth was quite a very high number.
Right.
About 3.5 million.
Shocking, I
Yeah.
guess, yes. So let's talk about, we haven't talked about the housing yet. I realize you're both interested in transportation, but housing is a critical issue. So if you want to talk a little more about SB 50, which I hear has really morphed into a very different kind of bill, can you say
So
something?
SB 50 was proposed last year from Senator Weiner. It was really allowing greater density in TODs, so transit-oriented developments, where it comes to rail and bus lines. The bill went through, I think it was maybe April or May, when it hit the Senate Governance and Finance Committee. It took on a lot of amendments. Bus headway went from about 30 minutes to about 10 minutes. So that reduces some of your kind of more casual bus lines. It's more for your commuter bus lines. Rail stayed the same, and there was some discussions about going down on density, so it's more fourplexes or multi-unit, but not as high. I'm in close communication with Senator Weiner's office specifically on this bill. There is a willingness to listen to cities and some of their proposals. They're also clear, we want to do something to increase density, encourage more on the supply side. We're open to suggestions. We're open to more ideas. We understand that, what we have isn't the end-all be-all. When it was held in the Appropriations Committee, I know that kind of signaled, and the senator was clear, hey, I'm going to work with everyone. I want to hear everyone's suggestions. He's been on doing a lot of meetings, a lot of discussions, and hearing what else is out there. He presented to the league at the end of session about some of his housing proposals. So whereas, sometimes his proposals, I think, cause some shock to others, my experience is he's open to some suggestions and some solutions. I don't think we'll see anything in print till maybe, what are we in the middle of November? Probably till maybe the middle of December. So we're about 30 days away from seeing anything to really discuss. And something we've discussed with city leadership is more of, let's respond to what we see in writing as opposed to what could be or what might be.
So I don't want you to have to go through all the bills, but I know a huge number of bills were signed
Yes,
that had to do with housing.
correct.
Could you at some point just give us a synopsis of that?
Happily.
Just the bill number and
I can send
what
you
it actually addressed?
a matrix of what the bills did in plain English and not bill speak. There was a gamut of protection. So Assemblymember Chu had his tenant protection bill, which was a form of just cause, and it goes up to 10 years, and after that it sunsets. That was in coordination with the apartment association, realtors, and tenant groups. The goal for that is and so everything is starting next year. It doesn't go into effect right now. And that talks about rent increase. It's going to only be, I think it was up to 5% plus a cap. And it was for new construction. There were some exemptions of larger developments. So I will happily send a summary to the city leadership to disperse. There was also a bill about density points for 100% affordable construction.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's 100% affordable, so no market rate. Then there was the AB 1486, and again, I'll send something in writing. That's the Surplus Land Act. That's been a law on the books since the 50s that clarified how municipalities would get rid of surplus land and how affordable housing folks have first right of refusal at market rate. There's a bill that got a lot of discussion. Assemblymember Chu's AB 1487, which was a regional housing proposal. So that will be on the ballot in 2020, so next upcoming November, a year from now. That's for the 9 Barrier counties to create a new funding source, whether parcel tax, bond, what have you, and that's for new housing. So there was kind of a mix of protection, preservation, and then trying to do more on the production side. Senator Skinner had a bill, SB 330, which was about future developments, and then there was a handful of ADU bills, basically secondary units.
1487 is administered by whom?
1487, if approved by the voters, goes to a combination of MTC and ABEG.
Correct, okay. So this is going
That
to
was,
be.
there's a lot of changes to 1487 towards the end. I know that a lot of the municipalities expressed concern about it going directly just to MTC, so ABEG was brought into the mix.
So this is just another means of getting money, and it's going to be elected, it's going to be put onto the ballot to be voted in by people.
November 20 goes to the voters, all 9 Barrier counties.
And talk a little, you talked about one fast-track bill that had a carrot in the funding.
The governor was trying to, I expect more carrots in his budget, meaning more money for construction. And so he had, I think, $650 million this year. No, actually, sorry, $1 billion in the state budget for housing. $650 million was for homelessness, which cities could apply for, get directly. And then some of the carrots were the application process for infrastructure development, TODs, money to build out your general plan. And I expect there to be more carrots in this upcoming budget.
And two completely different ones, a little more about vaping.
Yes, absolutely. So there's the vaping epidemic, and when I discuss vaping, I'm looping in tobacco and cannabis into one. As you know, vaping's relatively new. It's only been around for a couple of years. And so there have been a series of deaths related to vaping. Massachusetts did an outright ban. The governor, around the middle of September, signed an executive order directing his Department of Public Health to give him recommendations by a certain date, and then CDTFA, the tax authority, to give him some recommendations to date. He has not yet publicly weighed in on what they're going to do. We've heard that there could be a flavor ban. I think one of the greatest concerns, and the governor was very clear, especially being a father, a lot of this marketing is to kids. There's no reason why adults want to have a product that's called candy cane or cotton candy or wedding cake or what have you. So a lot of it was concerns about going directly to minors. And so I expect to see something from the governor as it relates to vaping and some type of restrictions. And then legislatively, we were speaking about this earlier, I expect probably about 20 bills trying to outright ban vaping, both cannabis and tobacco.
How do they regulate online?
Great question. Senator Hill had a proposal to try to regulate online sales, and that was shot down. I don't think it's any secret the tobacco industry's got quite a lot of bodies that they throw on this. I think online sales has been a big issue that's been folks are trying to get their hands around, and how do you verify that you're of age. Also, when it comes between cannabis and tobacco, cannabis we had Prop 64. Everything is 21 years and older. So that's been established, and none of that's online, that's all brick and mortar retail. Whereas it's more tobacco and the vaping, they're trying to skirt the issue. So online sales is a big issue, flavors is a big issue, and just making sure young people don't have these products. Many cities, as you all know, have taken steps towards some type of ban individually. Now, what do we do statewide?
And you said something about the fire issue, and I didn't get
Yeah,
totally
so fire
that.
is huge. So November 18th, next week, the Senate Energy Committee is going to be discussing what do we do. There's been some legislation on PG&E. How do you do these rolling blackouts? What's the notification? What's the kind of financial reimbursement? What does that look like? And we were speaking about this earlier. There's also the bankruptcy that's looming. What's going to happen with their assets? So I think a greater detail, greater focus in the budget and this past budget and going forward on actually vegetation management, more CAL FIRE, bodies and equipment. But what are we going to do with what's going on now at PG&E? I think across the board, absolute disdain with the rolling blackouts and a lot of comparisons. As you know, your history buff about Governor Davis and what's going on now and kind of how the past is repeating itself.
Well, and huge concern about what the premiums are going to be for insurance as
insurance,
well,
yeah.
which is really very scary. Okay, one last thing is, who's going to take over for Jim Bell when he leaves?
That's a great question. That is a great question. I saw a list of termed out senators in 2020, so obviously next year, and it was kind of heartbreaking because I think as a body, I mean, obviously the Assembly's there too, but the Senate's so much smaller and more intimate. There's a lot of folks leaving, and there's a lot of historical knowledge going away, which is it's sad. I actually would defer to whoever you think. You've got a good finger on the pulse.
Well,
Who's
Jim
next?
has played a major role for a good 20 years in that. He was a fixture at Alto and so forth, and so that's been his thing for so long. He'll really be missed. Have we forgotten anything that we should have hit?
If that's all with the questions, and we can move on to the passing of the documents that are in your packet.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we have oral communications, or does that happen
Um,
later?
That, we're really not done with this item, no.
No.
So as soon as we're done with the item, we can move on. I have just one person on this, and that's Jennifer Landsman. If anyone else wants to speak on this item, would you let me, well, maybe, Nielsen, you wanted to speak on this as well? Okay, so let's go through the next one, and then we'll hear from the speakers.
Sure. Nicolo mentioned that he's appreciative of the clear direction he receives from council and from staff, and one of the ways that we provide the direction are through the council priorities, the 4 priorities that you set each year, and of course one of those is grade separation, and so Nicolo and I speak quite often about grade separation. We also have before you the draft federal and state legislative guidelines. These are literally just guidelines. They do not supplant those priorities. So anything in here is in addition to whatever overarching priorities your council sets. These are simply additional policy direction from council to staff and to our lobbyists, such that, hypothetically, if Nicolo calls me in February and says, there's a new bill about X issue, I don't have to get on your agenda through a staff report and say, what do you think about X issue? I can just pick this up and say, yes, council is in favor of X issue. That is in conjunction with the advocacy process manual, which is something we have in place now, and before you is just kind of a freshened up manual. That allows staff and our lobbyists to understand in what way we engage these policymakers. So for example, using the same hypothetical, I can say, and we can engage on X issue by putting forth a letter for the city manager's review and the mayor's signature, or putting in phone calls, or other advocacy methods. So these 2 documents are before you for review and discussion to ensure we're on the right track and to ensure we've hit everything for 2020.
And so we've followed this policy for a long period of time.
We have,
Right,
yes.
Very helpful, just from an end user's point of view.
right,
Extremely
yeah,
helpful.
yeah.
call Heather and be like, hey, where are we in this? She's like, that'd be page 3 of the adopted platform. Thank you.
Right, yeah, it really does help.
It does, and these are
Yeah.
publicly available on our Intergovernmental Affairs website. And so whatever ones that you all approve, and by approving, you would move forward to council, and so the full council would have the opportunity to approve earlier in the year.
Is it on consent or is it an action item?
It hasn't been agendized yet.
But if we recommend approval,
Then it can go on consent, certainly, and if anyone wishes to pull it, certainly can do that.
You mean the whole thing or individual items on it?
well, I have a whole bunch of notes on this.
Okay, well,
So
go ahead.
I don't know if
Yeah.
you want
No,
to
go
go
ahead.
through, it's.
We can certainly, staff, one of the reasons it's not been agendized yet, council member, is because we can change this at this point before going back to council. So if you have any changes, if you feel that these are not the right issues for 2020, with the understanding that we come back every year, and so we're just trying to focus on what we believe is going to be an issue in 2020, you can certainly do that.
So you just mentioned that there's the manual, right?
Yes.
So it seems like they're all separated, and so I didn't check out the manual
Okay.
to the degree that I would have liked to see all of them together, working together. Besides the manual, what else is there? I think I saw somewhere a priority list. Is there a priority guidelines, and then,
So you have your 4 council priorities of the transportation, fiscal stability, grade subs, and climate change.
So
So that's
those are the
separate.
priorities.
That's separate, right?
Okay.
That's citywide. These guidelines are just with regard to federal and state legislation.
Okay.
And these help us to react to any issue that might come forward in 2020. As Nicolo
Right.
said, I believe in January, there's about 2,500 bills. So this helps us to react to those bills as needed.
okay. I mean, I would like to see some of our guidelines here be a little bit more stronger.
Tell us where you are. and
I'm
what-
on packet page 4. So I see we have our foundational principles, right?
Yes.
And I'd like to see that number 3 includes the word and governance at the end. And also that we would want to ensure that there's a zoning and jobs housing balance, and it needs to be explicitly stated. That's what we're all achieving for, is to have jobs and housing balance.
You'd like to add a 5th one? Because none
Where-
of these speak to housing.
Are you on foundational principles?
Foundational principles, maybe that one can go under the housing, it can go under
Sure.
housing instead.
And could you repeat what you would like to see under there, please?
That we retain local control, land use as a municipal affair, and that the jobs and housing ratio is explicitly stated under housing.
Okay, thank you.
And then I think our, transportation,
I'm just saying if you're where I am. Are you on, I'm on page 8.
oh,
One-
I'm looking at the ones that were crossed out, the redlined ones.
Okay, and
sorry.
I'm on to 1B, which is not the crossed out
I'm
ones.
on packet page 4.
Okay,
So transportation seems rather weak, a little bit weak. As I mentioned earlier, I'd like to see that we advocate for federal and state legislation to audit the bodies such as MTC, VTA, BART, and Caltrain, which supposedly provides planning, financing, coordination, and management of transportation. So those are,
Okay, so in other words, if there is a bill that would speak to auditing these bodies, then we would support that bill.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
or if at some point we can introduce, I understand in this document that we might be able to even introduce some sort of legislation down the line, right?
so let me just ask for a minute. I have never seen a bill that suggested auditing local agencies. Have you seen one?
Not recently.
But we might even be able to suggest. It would be nice to suggest
I think
and
we can
give the
suggest
idea.
it. I think that would be an unusual step for the state to take. to be suggesting that they audit the that who audits?
Well, at the state level, whichever body that is, whichever department they have that would audit, to ensure that these agencies are performing per their mission statements, which is to plan, to finance, to coordinate, and manage transportation, and not deviate into other areas which is none of their business. Well, while you think about it, let me put some more on the table. I want to see that that we do support regulations of apps which divert traffic into residential neighborhoods, neighborhood streets, roads, alleys. You know, I mean, these apps are just out of.
So you want them to speak to Waze and
Yeah.
other things?
I want them to have some regulations where they're not intruding into neighborhoods and residential neighborhoods and causing, and potentially can cause safety issues.
Okay.
I think I mentioned it earlier, to support regulation or to even suggest regulation of big businesses with impact fees and enact regional metroplex TMAs.
Which one are you on, Lydia?
No, these are my made-up ones.
This, yeah, but you're on transportation?
I'm on transportation.
And tell me again what you want?
I want to see that they regulate apps which divert traffic into residential neighborhoods.
Yeah, and I think there's
In
been
addition
actually
to
talk of
that, there's also apps to regulate those ride shares, so that there is some sort of mechanism to make sure that they're adhering to traffic laws, and if anything, perhaps they should be paying
You're
towards
talking about Uber and
Uber
Lyft
and
so
Lyft
forth?
and all those
And
shared
you want
app-
there to be a state bill that would regulate them?
Right. Right.
So, but what you're saying is what Heather just said. So that if that's in here and a bill comes along to that effect, you'd like to see support from us on that bill?
I'd like to see support, and I would like to see that maybe we even suggest legislation for that. If we can
I think
propose
there
at
is
some point.
legislation for that already, as I recall.
there was.
Yeah.
Thank you. As it relates to Lyft and Uber, there was legislation 2 years ago from Senator Bradford about overall correspondence as to where they pick up their rides and where your business license tax goes to. As it relates to fresh out of the Chronicle, San Francisco did an Uber Lyft tax.
That's local though, right?
Yes, well, the history is this. Cities can tax Uber and Lyft on their own right now. The reason why there is state legislation, and it's ironic, because I literally got the backstory on this about 3 days ago, so someone might be listening to my phone, was because it was to memorialize an agreement in San Francisco about the tax rate. That's why legislation was done. There is an attempt to do some type of statewide legislation on Uber and Lyft and what the sales tax or what any taxes would be, and that was shot down pretty quickly.
Can you help me understand when you say memorialize, what does that mean?
So there was an agreement in San Francisco as to what the tax rate would be, and the legislation codified that.
Just for San Francisco?
Correct.
And
Just for
so-
San Francisco County, correct.
Just for San Fran. Now, if another city decides that they want to have the same similar thing, would have to follow, does that?
Nope, you can do it on your own.
You can do,
You
can
do
we go
not need, I
higher?
just did the research, you do not need state legislation if you want to have any type of tax on Lyft or Uber. You can do that locally, regionally, countywide, what have you.
We should consider that. But definitely, if they come up with anything, we would want to support that. Because I look at deterring single occupancy drivers and alleviating local traffic congestion. You have to offer other means of transportation before you go around saying deter single occupancy drivers, you know. I mean, I think that's very low bar when there's no other means. And then Caltrain and BART, you know, Caltrain is at capacity. We have no money to do anything with it, yet we're supposed to cut out single occupancy drivers. Yes, we certainly want to make more offers out there before we start saying deterring or eliminating it.
Point taken, Councilwoman. One of the reasons why these are crafted fairly broadly is for concern that if we add too much language and a bill comes in that doesn't meet those exact words, we won't have the opportunity to respond. For example, using your hypothetical, if there's a bill that suggests deterring single occupancy driver by doing X, Y, and Z, the legislature puts out the means and the mechanisms, and we can therefore react. A little bit concerned that I have is if we set the means and a bill comes through with different means, we then can't respond.
Okay.
So in other words, they're saying, keep it as simple as you can so we can react quickly. At the same time, if we begin dramatically altering this, we really need to bring it to the full council.
Right. And actually, it would warrant a discussion by the whole council, you know, in my view. It's too, we have such aggressive mechanisms from the state with the number of bills that they're just throwing at cities, and we're supposed to, react to them and consider them. And then there's the transparency issue also, because a lot of these bills just go straight. Oftentimes it comes to you, Heather, or Nicolo, you guys talk, and city manager, but really, without myself discovering it, I don't get to find out, and I don't get to tell the constituents. So there is a transparency of how it goes out to the greater community, and I have a great concern about that, which is why, you know, I'm glad to see people are here tonight, but not enough of the city knows about the number of aggressive bills, proposed bills that has impact on cities. Just to go on the environmental, I know this is not only this is both federal and state, and although federal is not here today, they are working on airplane noise and emissions, but I'd love to see that on the state level, that the state senators and assembly person are also looking into the airports that are located so close to each other, and yet the noise, they're not regulating and ensuring that the noise is not hampering the health, not just noise and the environmental impacts are not impacting residents' health. We also have reports from schools that report that they can't even have a lesson, they can't even teach properly because the noise comes and then they have to stop waiting for the airplane noise to go past. The next point is studying the efficacy and cost. Can you tell me why that one is crossed out? Because I think we still need to continue to study the efficacy and cost.
Agreed. And the new language would not preclude that. This was stricken because of my earlier comments. If this were read literally, the direction would be that we may only support a bill that speaks to A, efficacy, or B, cost. And I think council's direction is to be a little more nimble.
Okay. Let me see. Under technology, right, I see you crossed out state and federal, supporting.
The autonomous vehicle you're speaking?
No, the second bullet, supporting reasonable state and federal efforts surrounding policies such as strengthening
Right.
cybersecurity.
Everything in here is state and federal.
Basically,
That
you
was
want
just
it
a
to be
typo.
more nimble too.
Well,
I
it's
see.
unnecessary, it's redundant.
Unnecessary. Okay,
Yeah.
good. I think I mentioned housing.
We got that, adding jobs and land
Right.
ratio. Mhm.
And then under health, I know I mentioned it in environment, but under health, I think airplane noise impacts and airplane noise and emission
Okay,
impacts.
we can certainly also, if you like, add health impacts under the earlier airplane noise one, if you like.
Okay. Under other, supporting reasonable state action to update, implement, and refine processes, services, and programs affecting the city. Now, I get worried about that because there's all the streamline that they want to come down with, and basically one-size-fits-all kind of regulations. I would prefer not to have that one in there. But if you can help me understand why.
Sure.
And reasonable is such a word that is defined differently by different people, so help me.
This is a catch-all item. In your hypothetical of unfunded mandates or anything like that, we as staff through council would certainly interpret that as being unreasonable, which would provide us with the direction to oppose such issues.
So would you have to use the word support instead of evaluate, or?
We could evaluate it as a little more of a passive posture. Supporting gives us a direction to, or gives me and staff direction to ask Nicolo to actually go and actively support, for example, a positive bill. We recently had bills that help streamline reporting for our water utility. That's a great bill. We don't have a specific guideline on water quality reports in here, but we do have this catch-all that said whenever there's a reasonable bill that helps us, we can actively go and support it.
Okay. On packet page 6, supporting the collaborative work of regional partners, trade association, and joint powers authority. I guess that's okay. It's really broad, and some of our regional partners and et cetera, you know, their votes are not really cognizant of local or Palo Alto views. So after you explained to me about you know, keeping it broad, I can understand that, but I did put my notes in with concerns about it. So, going to packet page 10, the process manual. So is the process manual on the intergovernmental website? Because I didn't find the 40-page, it was just like.
Yes, it's one of the links at the top of the intergovernmental. I think it's called legislative something manual. We changed the title to be a little more descriptive, but it is on that webpage.
Okay, and this was the last updated one in 2015. Would that be the one?
I think it was
think it was
17.
17 or 18.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. So the first one, the purpose. I kind of looked at the purpose in number 1, set out internal procedures related to state and federal advocacy. Set out just doesn't sound right to me.
Okay, we can wordsmith that.
Yeah, please. And then also.
What do you prefer?
I don't know, it just doesn't sound right. I understand that staff and.
Put forth?
Put forth.
This is only an internal document for use with legislative staff, so we can certainly develop different language on that if you want.
Okay, and then the point number 2, I would like to add I would like to remove and possibly, because it just seems like when you deem it necessary, then policymaker gets to know it. Why would that be? Shouldn't we know what's going on at the state level? It's like at a need-to-know basis.
Oh,
You mean
So this-
possibly? Is that the word that's bothering you?
And possibly, yeah, it bothers me.
policymakers, not meaning your council member, meaning state and federal elected officials. There are
Oh.
some times where we analyze legislation, it turns out it's not impactful to the city at all, doesn't affect the city at all, and therefore we wouldn't communicate any position to a state or federal policymaker.
Okay. Oh, I see, it's to them, not to us. Okay, okay, thank you. So legislative guidelines. The legislative priorities are the ones that we set at the beginning of the year, correct?
Yes, the ones we just
Okay,
discussed,
then
yes.
never mind. Because I was wondering who said it, and how did it come about?
You do.
It's us.
Yeah, I guess. Coordination of the legislative program. I think I'm a little bit bothered by the words, if warranted, a formal city position or advocacy actions can be developed.
Because again, there are some times after analyzing literally hundreds of bills that it turns out it's not impactful for the city, or by the time we've analyzed them, they've been amended such that they don't even affect municipalities at all,
Oh, I
then
see.
no action would be warranted.
I see.
If I could just jump in on that, I think Ms. Dollar's doing a really good job of explaining it. As you all know, the state process is so unlike your city process. There's no real Brown Act. It's not until the state budget has to be in print for 72 hours and the last week of session, bills have to be in print for 72 hours. So the need for flexibility is great because I've seen a bill change. It can go through 3 committees in 1 week and be amended 4 times.
Okay.
And so, and a lot of these aren't simple bills that talk about park funding. These are like deep, intricate, meaty bills that could be 40, 50 plus pages. So on one hand, it's to be efficient of our time to make sure Palo Alto as an entity is in a good spot, but also to make sure we don't kill unwanted brain cells for no reason. So
I appreciate that, and, it's just trying to figure out, ensuring that the process also is inclusive of getting residents and citizens here in Palo Alto aware of what's going on, that we do have transparency throughout this process, So I think that's very important, and that's why I'm kind of like looking at all the wording and how does it affect transparency and awareness to the constituents, right? And is there a suggestion of how you go about streamlining the process when there's hundreds and hundreds of bills coming at you? How do you analyze it?
Well, we leverage Nicolo, who, it's great that he's in Sacramento because he can get some of that inside information that we simply can't hear. So Nicolo is a resource that we leverage. Additionally, there are software programs out there that I use as a tool that will help filter all the bills by keyword. And so I will pull some of the keywords and we'll just filter it. And then lastly, we leverage our stakeholder groups such as the league, such as utility trade associations. And when all 3 come together, we hope that we do a good job of filtering it.
That's great. I didn't know you had that software. I was thinking, how does she do it?
What are you thinking of?
How does she do it? Well, it's a good job, Heather. Point number 1 here is if council have previously adopted a legislative guideline relevant to their legislation. I think it only works if there's consensus, right?
Well, that speaks to the legislative guidelines that we're speaking about today. So if you've adopted a guideline and we're looking at a bill, then we can go ahead and act in accordance with this manual.
I see, okay. So I kind of have to wonder, this past year, all the controversial, I guess this is not, if there's no relevant legislative guideline or council direction related to a potentially impactful bill, and if the issue is political controversial, then it's brought to the council for direction, right?
That's right.
But this last year, what would you have considered that you'd had brought to council for determination on how to handle that bill?
Yeah, we didn't.
Besides SB 50.
Okay, well, that's a perfect example. Any bill that is high profile like that, even if we believe that we have council direction through the guidelines, we're still gonna go to council just to hear again your direction, and to your point, to increase the transparency. As an aside, and as you know, council member, because you're so good about going onto that web portal, and I thank you for that, we do put all of our position papers online and try to update that really well. So that's another transparency method.
Okay, because, I think there needs to, I don't know, I see that there is that webpage, but then the thing is, I don't think a lot of constituents kind of know about it either. So SB SB 330, I don't think it came forward. And then there's SB 13, AB 68. I mean, all of those kind of went by the wayside, and they could be controversial and impactful. So I would hope that we'd be able to see more of
Can I
that.
stop us for just a minute, because Greg has asked an interesting question, and I don't have the answer, and I'll look down to both Monique and our attorney. So we're discussing some real changes to this. My recollection is if we make those substantial changes, we really need to take them actually to the full board and have a complete discussion on them. Am I correct, looking down at both Molly and Monique?
Oh, you
That's
need
right.
your,
Now, I had turned it off. Yes, okay, so do you want me to ask it again on the record? So the question will be, making some substantial changes on that which we are looking at tonight, which are local guidelines and also state and federal. Greg has said that he may not agree with all of these, and then how do we go about voting on each one of them? So we could do that and decide that two of us could decide what's going to stay in or not stay in. I'm somewhat concerned because there are three of us influencing the other four. So I need either some subjective comments or objective regarding that.
So just looking at your agenda, this is proposed to be a recommendation from this committee to the full council. Does the council approve the materials annually or biannually?
Annually.
Right. So if the committee has a difference of opinion, 2-1, then that typically is described as a recommendation from the committee, but the views of the one council member are also presented to the council. So it's not as if any voices are extinguished coming out of committee. The council receives minutes that have all of the input, and then council
But will
members.
it be an open discussion again at the council?
It will be unless this committee is unanimous, and then it goes on consent.
Okay, so that would mean that we need to figure out which ones are unanimous and which ones are not. And I think that
Typically, the
sending-
whole item either goes on consent for discussion at council, or, goes on action for discussion at council, or it's placed on consent. So it won't be divided up into two parts.
Well, if it's on consent though, and we have not all agreed on what will go, I'm somewhat concerned, because we're making some,
Right,
Lydia's made some changes that I think Greg isn't comfortable with.
right.
And I think that puts us in an odd spot. We've reviewed these for years and not had this kind of feedback, so we have used this several years now. So, and Lydia, you're making some,
Well, some of them actually agree with it, some of them don't.
right,
So I think, so first of all, I think it's okay to actually make major updates. I don't have a problem with that. And actually, I appreciate you doing that. And some of them actually I agree with, and some of them I don't.
right.
But we're just not talking about it. So-
I don't think that we'll agree on everything, and it's expected, right? The reason I'm looking at this with more careful eye is because of the different, the aggressiveness that is going on at the Capitol. And I think that I absolutely agree with being nimble and flexible and making it broad. You know, I didn't realize that was it. But then there's some things here that we can tighten up, especially when it comes to the manual process. So if I may suggest that, if we know already that there's going to be items that we're not going to be, that we're not going to be able to get a unanimous vote on, that perhaps maybe we just move to send it to council.
I think that would be a better idea. I think if we all agree on something, fine. If we don't agree on it, I would say let's send it to council.
Well, the only thing is, I thought the idea behind this committee was to do a lot of the heavy lift. So we kind of try to hash as much as out ourselves here. And then just the points of difference goes to council so that council can.
Just what we said.
Okay.
Yeah, the ones we agree on, we agree on. And the ones that we don't agree on, we'll send on. Okay, Lydia,
Malia, where are you?
I am on,
Wait, I'm sorry. So,
Go ahead.
so you're wanting to separate out then things from just saying it's one document with all these different pieces. You're wanting to separate out what you agree on and what you don't agree on. I just want to be clear.
Just under the categories, not separating it out otherwise.
Chairwoman, Councilmember,
Sorry.
maybe I can make a suggestion, because these are two documents, each one represents a whole. We can note in the staff report and through red lines the conversation that occurred today. And each document with those notations in the staff report can go to council on action. That will remove your concerns about parsing out and separating, and quite frankly, make it a little bit easier on staff.
I don't know that that addresses, though, the difference of opinion that we're hearing.
We can certainly mention, I think, Molly, we can put in the staff report, we can note, yes, about a little bit about the conversation, so that that coupled with the minutes will create a really good impression for anyone reading that and voting on it at council.
Sure, and committee members, remember that even on items where the three of you may agree, the full council still needs to approve that, and there may be some other views there. It's probably a good sign if you all agree that they may agree as well, but they have the ability then to address those issues as well.
So, and Greg hasn't even weighed in on this yet, so, Liddy, why don't you continue on or finish up? And
okay, I'll
and
try to
let's see where
finish
we are
as
at that
quickly
point.
as possible.
Are you
The
still on the
role-
red line?
No, actually, I'm on packet page 11, which is the advocacy process manual. Under the role of the city council, bullet point number 2, I'd like to have it say, meet with the city, state, and federal legislative advocates to best represent the interests of Palo Alto residents and the city of Palo Alto. Is that too descriptive or too narrow?
No.
No, okay. Under the role of,
So let's just check this as we
Okay,
go along.
yeah.
Greg, would you be okay with that?
Well, I have a broader question, which is, some of the stuff is like, motherhood and apple pie, right? Just like, so I look at the first, where is it? On the foundational principles, right? And you look at number 1, like protect local revenue sources and prevent unfunded mandates. Is there a city out there that doesn't want that? I mean, it seems, really? Okay, maybe I stand corrected. Okay, well, it's just some of the stuff seems like so obvious that I just wonder, like, do we need to state the obvious, right? I mean, is this really helping? Because, like, what city would want to have, to have the local revenue sources taken away and to have funded, unfunded mandate? To me, it just,
Because you might write a letter to somebody that says, we want to protect our local revenue resources and we don't agree with your bill. We won't support it. Remember, all these are guidelines for them to use in particular with the,
Okay.
with the state
well,
governance.
so I guess my first question was, do we need to state what I think is kind of the obvious? And maybe it's not obvious, but it seemed like that, I would imagine most cities would say, yeah, we want that too, right? But
And this is council's formal agreement to staff. And sometimes, to Councilwoman Smith's point, it does help us to write in a letter.
Okay.
Council has set a direction of protecting local mandates. And interestingly, Councilman Tanaka, these foundational principles were created at a PNS committee meeting a couple years ago.
okay.
I think that's, did we say that was 17?
I think, yes.
We did it, yeah. I'm afraid I did it the last time too, so. Okay, so Lydia,
so
you
just
wanted
to
to finish up on page 11.
Right, page 11, the role of the CMO. Since this manual is put on the website, maybe we can spell it out instead, or,
What the CMO is?
So that, Councilwoman, that was spelled out on. Sorry, Kim, that was spelled out on page 2 with the abbreviation CMO.
Oh, I
And then
see,
we
see.
carried it through.
Okay, thank you, sorry. Let me see here, ensuring the consistency, serving as a clearinghouse.
think this is kind of boilerplate, to be
Right.
honest, Lydia.
Right. On page 12, yeah, because I had some notes, but now hearing what Heather and Nicolo said, then I understand why it's written the way that it is. On the top, the first bullet point, serving as needed as the liaison to stakeholder groups. Do we need accountability language for check and balances in this statement?
In what respect?
Report out? I mean, if they've gone and spoken to stakeholder groups, do we need to know or not necessary? And then the same with the second point. You know, again, it's about transparency and accountability.
This
I'm
is,
sorry, but I think that's inherent in here, Lydia. I can't imagine that our CMO would not report back when necessary.
No, I'm just making sure that, because there's a lot of things that I didn't learn last year on a lot of the bills and the proposals and so forth. So it'd be,
That you didn't
Have the
hear
language.
from whom?
well, from city manager's office, you know, in terms of.
So you didn't
such a-
get sufficient
I didn't
information
get-
last year on bills, and you would like.
And it could be because, you know, by the time you get to it, it's been amended and so forth.
So
But
do
it'd be
you
nice
want, do you
to-
want a regular report then coming from Heather?
I think that would be something that is, that would be nice coming, especially with all the bills and where they are.
separate
I know it
from
was
these,
hard for Nicolo to give us much because they keep changing. It's ever,
separate from this document, I can certainly work with the city manager on that.
Sure, absolutely.
okay.
And have there been times when you felt we've missed something?
Oh, yes, especially last year, especially this year with all the bills. Okay. I think some of the notes I made are not necessary now that I understand. Advocacy methods.
Top of page 14?
Yes. Okay, that's all right. Under state legislative timeline, the CMO will convey, the last sentence, the CMO will convey specific legislative deadlines to the city council as requested. Would that not be better coming from Nicolo, since he's up over?
We certainly could. The CMO would be the middleman or woman or person or office in this scenario. This more means was hopeful of being a little more reactive because I can get that information very quickly without content
Yeah,
to Nicola.
yeah, okay. I think many of the questions that I had, you had answered, and so it makes my changes a little bit, I've reconsidered. So
Okay.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I think what we need to do is go through some of those, Greg, that you wanted to comment or not support or whatever.
You could do it as well. I mean, I don't know. I don't know, maybe you could have your list and we could just go through it, like, can we look at your list, or is it?
There are some things that aren't relevant.
Oh, okay. Well, this one have,
I could mention some things pretty quickly.
okay, maybe,
Yeah.
maybe we
Why
can go,
don't you do that?
maybe we can
Sure.
go one by one, yeah.
On the legislative guidelines,
I
under
have a
found,
few too, but let's just go through Lydia's
sure.
first.
Okay,
since-
so let's talk about where we are, your page 4, red line.
exactly. I think it's legislative guidelines, under foundational principles number 3. Councilwoman suggested adding the word governance.
Governance where?
At the very end, so it would read activities and governance.
Number 3.
Um,
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that if you think it changes any of the intent, Heather, could you call that out?
Yes, thank you. Moving on to transportation, there was a suggestion to add a separate bullet point regarding reacting to any bills that would call for an audit of certain transportation agencies such as MTC and VTA.
That is in case a bill was to pop up, right? I can't support that one because I can't possibly imagine how it could take place.
I have no idea, so.
Well, I don't, I can look down at our attorney, and if I could think of some point where the state had said we are going to audit VTA, for example, I just can't think of that having happened. I think that happens in,
There was an attempt once, the city of Oakland requested an audit of MTC because they were mad about them moving buildings out of Oakland to San Francisco, and that,
oh, I'd forgotten that one,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Yes.
we all wish we did.
Yeah.
That was through legislation, and it didn't turn out well for anyone.
This is also what we believe might happen in 2020, because we come back every year. So
Not that specifically about the audit.
Oh, okay.
do we think that in
So-
this session, there is going to be a
Yeah.
bill about that?
So I'm not worried, I don't think the audit is a plausible one.
Okay.
I think the one about Waze, though, because that's also being, I think, isn't Uber also doing a ride-along?
Yes, we have heard, I'm not that up to date on some of the apps. We have heard from other municipalities about the Waze app and the concern about neighborhood traffic. I would expect to see something, I just don't know from start to finish what that's gonna look like.
We can craft language regarding the use of technology to ensure that it does not divert traffic into residential neighborhoods. Was that the, that was the
Nicely
intent?
said.
Okay.
Good. Is that okay?
Yes.
Good. Okay.
Under environmental, second bullet point, reducing airplane noise, we're also gonna add language about reducing the negative health impacts.
That's fine.
Okay.
Greg, will you yell out if you're not okay with it? Okay, good.
Under the housing bullet, it already speaks to supporting reasonable land use policies. We're just gonna add language about tying jobs and land use ratio.
So there's one word in there. You used autonomy versus accountability.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know why that came out at the end. I don't know.
I don't think it matters, does it? Local autonomy versus accountability.
I think autonomy makes more sense than accountability.
It will be autonomy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't you think?
Fine, yeah.
Yes.
But sorry, I missed, what was the thing that Lydia suggested on this one?
I believe it
On
was,
housing, about jobs,
jobs
housing,
and ratio.
transportation balance,
Okay, is that what it says?
which Heather will word beautifully, I know.
that was all I captured, council member, unless you have any others.
I think you. No, that's it.
Then I could go through my list then.
You okay?
Oh, it's the ones we talked about so far, yeah?
Okay,
So-
so have you got some others?
Yes, okay.
Okay,
So,
so tell us where you are.
yeah, sure. So I guess I understand a little bit more about this document. So, but is this also trying to give direction to the lobbyists in terms of what we want you guys to focus on? Or is it just more of a, like, if something comes up, here's the playbook?
It's more the latter.
Okay,
Why
okay.
don't you talk about what does the lobbyist do? Because
Absolutely.
it sounds almost like you're writing bills, which you certainly.
Sometimes we do. I mean, we're an extension of you in Sacramento. And the guidelines are a very helpful tool, so I'm making sure I'm not wasting anyone's time. At the same time, things pop up that are never going to be covered, and so we have a lot of flexibility. More than anything, I really want to highlight how well the communication is with the city. Like I said, Heather has been very, very clear. She's great with these documents. I'll highlight some things, the suggestions I give me, like watch, track, or, oh, okay, yeah, I think this is percolating. Let's make sure the city manager knows, et cetera, et cetera. So we're an extension of you in Sacramento. What I do on a daily basis varies. A lot of check-ins with offices and not our delegation. We've got great relationships with our delegation, Speaker's office, Pro Tem's office. In fact, earlier this year, we did a really, really helpful call with the Senate Pro Tem's office, with the local government policy staffer and the housing policy staffer on some of our positions as it relates to housing in general, what Palo Alto is doing. Something I'm sensitive to you all for is making sure the right stories and the right messaging gets out. Yes, there is a bit of a tone and tenor in the capital about cities blocking certain housing developments. I want to make sure the Palo Alto story is told. And then in addition, I speak formally to policy committee staff. There's probably about 20 policy committees in each house. I want to make sure I'm aware of everything that's coming, what the intentions are, what might happen. Spend a lot of time actually in committee hearings, or then reporting back what's going on and next steps. So a lot of it's intelligence gathering, a lot of it is being proactive, and a lot of it's making sure you all are put in the proper spots. And that's not even to talk about the last final weeks of session, but that's neither here nor there.
That wasn't my question, but I'll keep going. Okay. So let's see. So that's good. So that means I really only have kind of like 3 items then. So one is packet page 3. I noticed one thing on here was that on the legislative program, first bullet, specifying that any member of a city advisory body or commission must first work with the city manager's office if wishing to engage with a state or federal elected official in his or her capacity. And I guess I would love
You
to.
missed the page.
Oh, sorry, this page, page 3.
3,
Yeah.
okay.
So I guess I just wanted to understand, it seemed like it seemed like a lot of bureaucracy, right? So I guess why, because anyone can talk to their elected official, there's no need to go through anyone, right? They can talk to elected official. And so I guess I wanted to just understand where that was coming from. Because I don't we want our commissioners and advisory body talking to our elected officials to help advocate for our city?
Okay, why don't I handle that one? Probably just as well for Heather's benefit. I think the issue is that you're expressing a city position as opposed to an individual position, and our office is tasked with trying to ensure that when there are positions expressed to our legislators, that it reflects the city's official position as opposed to any individual, especially commissioner or even council member.
Well, I guess so I think if a commissioner is trying to represent, this is the view of the commission, and the commission hasn't discussed and voted on it, that's one thing. But for a commissioner to talk in the role of a commissioner to Joe Smidian or to one of like Mark Berman, to me seems kind of odd that they can't, right? I mean, I think.
I mean, it's their own individual opinion?
Yeah, their own individual opinion. As a commissioner, they could say, hey, look, I'm on the planning commission or I'm on the city council. I mean, I think the 3 of us, I think probably everyone on city council, we probably meet with other bodies like quite regularly, right? I saw, what's his name? I can't remember. It was Assembly member this weekend, right?
Mark Berman?
Not Mark, a different one. I forgot his name. I was blanking out, but whatever the case was. He was there as an assemblyman, I was there as a council member, and we're not supposed to meet? We have to go through the city manager's office? It seems ridiculous to me. Like, why would we have to do that? I mean, it seems like overly bureaucratic.
Let me make a try at this. Frequently, if we're in a meeting, somebody will come up and say, I'm Jane Doe, I am a member of the blah, blah, blah commission, but I'm here speaking on my own. You wouldn't have trouble with that, would you, Ed?
I think he would not.
Yeah. I think as long as you clear it and say, you know what, this is just my opinion, it's not the opinion of.
I think that makes more sense, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if they're trying, if one of us is trying to say, oh,
So
this is
you
the.
want more clarity
But
here?
and so we were trying to get to that council member when we specifically noted in the last words, in his or her city capacity.
Well, I mean, people, so I was at an event on Saturday. Of course, we didn't get a vote on council, like, okay, can Greg go to this event on Saturday? But I was there as a city council member, not representing the whole of the city council. There were members, there was a city council member from Mountain View, a city council member from Saratoga, from a bunch of other cities, right? And everyone there is not trying to represent each of they're representing them, they're there as a council member. Mm-hmm. Their opinions are not necessarily representative. We all know that no one's taking the vote on, this is the opinion of Saratoga, or this is the opinion of Palo Alto, but we're all there as council members, right? And there were people, assembly members there, right? And it's not like they're representing all of the state California legislature either, right? It's just they're there as assembly member. And they're there in their official capacity, but they're not necessarily making a decision for the state of California, right?
Agreed. And in your hypothetical, there were elected officials in the room, and usually.
We're all elected officials.
Right, exactly. This doesn't speak to elected officials at all. There's
Well,
is
no, I
a
think the city manager just said that this should also apply to city council members, which is, I'm just trying to think about that, right?
So this particular bullet point is specific to a city advisory body or commission member who A, wants to engage with a state or federal elected official, and B, in his or her official capacity. And all we're saying is prior to that happening, if someone is going to go to Sacramento purporting to speak on behalf of the city, that person should work with
Okay.
the city
Wait,
manager's
They're a
office
planning commissioner,
first.
for example.
Yeah, so
Right,
I think
that's
that's more clarifying, right? So if they're
Okay.
gonna, if they're going there to represent the city of Palo Alto, okay, that's one thing. But if they're going there as a sole planning commissioner for their own opinion, that's a different thing. And how could you even prevent that, right?
Agreed. And so we can flesh out this language. That was certainly the intent. So if the language needs to be worked, we can work that language.
Okay, it wasn't clear to me, so
Okay.
maybe it could be more clear.
Sure.
Okay, and then the other one is, where was it? Oh yeah, page 5, packet page 5, on technology. You know, I guess I just want to understand, what's the drive around trying to regulate drones?
Sorry, you're on the legislative guidelines
Yeah.
under technology. Do we have drones? Oh, this is just a legacy item.
Yeah.
Certainly one that can be stricken.
Okay, I haven't heard of a lot of outcry about it. I mean, I have heard a lot of the benefits you can't get from drones, but I haven't heard like people say, oh my God, let's like.
A few years ago, drones was a big issue on how are they regulated, privacy. Since then, maybe it was 3 years ago, there's been more legislation, more guidelines from the state and from the feds as
But
to.
it's just
Can and
drones you
can't.
want to get rid of?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
Sure, we can strike that.
okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Okay. All right, does that, I don't have any more comments to make. I think I've made enough. So this is number 1. And what we need to do at this point is hear from the public and then vote on it, okay? Does that get us in a good place?
May I ask one more question?
Yeah.
So, do you also help craft legislation for the city of Palo Alto, a proposed legislation for us?
Were city council desirous of sponsoring a bill, that is something that Nicolo and I would work on, yes.
What is the process? Does it come from here, P&S, or from the whole council, or colleagues memo? How does that work?
I can't tell you formally, I believe it would come from the full council. It's quite an involved process, Councilwoman, that takes many, many months, and so it would probably come from a full council.
So if we had something to propose, what would be the time frame? What is the best time to give it to you?
Last month?
Last month, okay.
And I say that partially in jest. That's the ideal timeframe, but we can certainly have further discussions about that.
Yeah, I think on something like that is quite extraordinary, and it does involve the need to identify someone to carry the legislation at the state level, because of course we don't have any authority as a city to make a direct proposal of legislation at the state level. And that would be something that the council would need to do as a body. I would caution, it doesn't make a lot of sense and could be not appropriate under our system to have a lot of staff time invested without having council say, yes, there's an item that we wish our staff to work on.
So it would be forwarded through a colleague's memo.
That would be my recommendation, that you would raise it through a colleague's memo, yes.
Thank you.
So, these are the speakers I have: Nielsen Buchanan, Jennifer Landsman, and Karen Porter, in any order. Nielsen left? Okay, well, if he steps back in, we will let him speak.
Well, I think that proposing new legislation is always worth it. I never understood the process, but at the federal level with aviation, a lot of committed people, we were able to pass a lot of new laws in 2018 with the FAA reauthorization. So it's always worth it, and even if it takes a couple of years. I would like to suggest that you need, oops, sorry. Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. I have to just go back to joining other residents who have written to you, I ask that you please add health experts and advocates on the case of airplane noise. And when your documents are finalized, please have new resources given to health advocacy at both state and federal level, which is a very different approach from wrangling with aviation jargon. The New York State Legislature recently passed for having a study on health impacts from airports. I remind everyone that the biggest airport impacting Palo Alto, their number of operations has not changed significantly from the pre-noise problems in 2014, but the noise has been exponential. Also, a recent Inspector General report shows that the Bay Area has next-gen benefits, so nobody knows who is actually benefiting, but we know who is obviously losing. Thank you, Councilmember Koo, for your suggestions to expand lobbyist efforts at the state level. One of the biggest frustrations with the way the problem of aircraft noise is seen is that it's almost like an aviation enthusiast issue, when a core reason this is urgent is because of how it affects health. The longer this problem goes, the statistics for the level of noise, this level of noise in Palo Alto, which did not exist before 2014, is that it harms people's lungs, ears, hearts, mental health, and productivity. We need city leadership to articulate this on our behalf. It's not just any noise. Two things. Nobody was more surprised by this pollution situation than Palo Alto. My daughter started at Addison Elementary and was graduating Pali, and never had we seen this. We had no idea that this noise was anywhere even remotely close. Ms. Niss, you once suggested that we are close to SFO as the crow flies. We actually are not that close to SFO at all, and the planes don't fly as the crow flies. They go around and around over Palo Alto neighborhoods, dumping noise and pollution here. I appeal to the lobbyists for innovative approaches. This is actually not really a real regional issue or a national issue, because irrespective of the change from radar to GPS to manage air traffic, every site for FAA is a set of distinct problems and with unique solutions that must be elaborated. The regional processes have been very ineffectual. And a lot of the issues are transparency and various other problems. So we really need to have a new approach. It took nearly a year to get airplane noise on the city's agenda. So these guidelines that you provide matter for reactive and also for proactive. So thank you.
Thank you. And Karen. And Nielsen has not come back.
So I would like to echo what Jennifer mentioned, and also Lydia, I appreciate your beefing up the language to address health impacts in the guidelines. And I also want to emphasize, I think there's a lack of maybe understanding on even council members' part about what exactly our lobbyists can and are doing, specifically on the issue of jet noise. So I would just urge more transparency about those efforts, and including at the state level. Jennifer mentioned State of New York is taking action. State of Maryland actually went ahead and sued the FAA. So I don't know if anyone in California is proposing anything, but so I'd be interested to see if this process you have for recognizing legislation that's proposed. I think it'd be helpful to get an understanding if any of state legislators are proposing anything, so then we can maybe become more involved, and help the city and the rest of the people in the Bay Area who are suffering under the negative impacts of aviation. And just lastly, with respect to Representative Eshoo, I think maybe early on her efforts seemed to be very vigorous. For whatever reason, she's been waning in her support of specifically Palo Alto interests. I recognize she has other constituents, but Palo Alto is continuing to bear the brunt of all the changes which are ongoing. Movement of noise over Palo Alto, most recently with the current pirate flight path change, And I'm frustrated that, we've had these guidelines for a couple of years, we're leaving them up, and why we're just continuing to go on a downward spiral instead of seeing any real effective action. So again, I guess I just come back to, I'd be interested in whatever transparency or information the lobbyists could provide about their efforts and prospects for potential hope for the residents. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That's the last speaker, and if one of you would care to make a motion that we approve item number 1. So made? Lydia?
There were some items that we didn't agree on, right? So,
Are there things you didn't agree on?
well, I thought there was some.
Maybe I misunderstood.
no's. It's going to a council for discussion? Which one?
Well, it'll go to, it
Because-
can go on consent if we are all in agreement.
Right, there was a couple that I know that we weren't on agreement. And actually, I don't agree with striking out regulating drones. Yeah.
I don't care if they stay in, but I think we thought it was sort of outdated, but you need drones in there?
I think that, there's.
Lydia, if you want
yeah,
drones,
I
we'll
want
leave
drones
those
in
drones
there.
in. How's
I
that?
want drones in there.
Okay, so guys, I'll agree with Lydia, so that way we've just outvoted you. Okay. So with a second on that, I'd call the question and say, all those in favor? Aye. No? Is there a no? Yeah, but what is your vote?
No, I'm voting no.
Voting no on the policies?
On the, I'd like, so your motion was to approve this and recommend sending it to council,
Uh-huh.
and it'll go on the consent calendar.
Unless there's something we disagree strongly on, yes. That's how it's normally done.
And
drone is one of them.
drone is one of them, and then on the foundational principle, did you guys say no to and governance?
No, we added governance.
You added governance?
Yeah, actually, so let me, we all agreed actually on governance, but let me explain why I think drones are important. So, PG&E's been doing the brownouts, the rolling like brownouts, and one of the big uses of drones actually is to inspect the power lines.
Mm-hmm.
So because it's very, very expensive to have someone manually, in a truck, kind of, especially in the hills. So like, I think this, this is what I was thinking about in terms of regulating drone use. I really think that we should actually have more drone use. I think we should,
I thought you wanted to cross out drones. Who
no,
wanted
no,
to cross out drones?
drone regulation.
Regulating, because the language says
Yeah.
regulating drones.
This
Yeah.
would
Yeah.
say to support reasonable regulation of drones.
Yeah, so I think that the
You
drone
don't
use.
want them to be regulated?
Well, not that I don't want to be regulated, but I think we should actually have more drone use, right? Because I think that one of the big issues right now has to do with PG&E's like shutting off the power because they're not sure which power lines are near a tree and could cause a fire. So if we actually had more drone use, they could safely leave the power on without turning it off. So that's an example of a drone use. I mean, there's so many uses of drones now, like inspecting the roofs of houses so we don't fall off, right? And I mean, there's just a ton of
So
things
just
that.
give me some wording. What would you like to see?
Oh, just strike out regulating drone use. Because I don't think that's something first of all, I haven't heard anyone from the community say, oh, we got to regulate drone use. I haven't heard that. And second of all, I think there's actually a lot of benefit from drone use, especially around the power outages.
All right, so you don't want regulating drones.
Yeah,
And you do want regulating drones.
I would like to see some regulations around it. I'm not saying not to have drones. Certainly, yes, there's good uses for them. However, without any regulations, then there's all sorts of safety issues there has to be some accountability for those people flying the drones.
So let me try this.
I use drones for.
Regulating does not mean that you are not encouraging the use of. It simply says regulating, and maybe what you want to say is regulating more intensive use of drones or more What's your wordsmithing to this?
Proper use.
Well, I guess for me, it's more about, when it says regulating use, it's like almost like let's regulate tobacco. It's really like, how do we prevent the use of tobacco? So I understand what you're saying. I mean, I'm not like we don't, I think we should let them fry freely and hit someone in the head. I'm not saying that.
Would you
But-
prefer a monitor?
We could
I
strike
guess to me-
regulating
to
and
me-
put in use.
Well,
So
what's
to
that?
read supporting reasonable efforts surrounding policies such as strengthening cybersecurity, drone use, and shared mobility services, so on and so forth.
Let's see.
Supporting reasonable.
So it's still, you still have policies in there, to hopefully get to Councilwoman Ku's point, and we have stricken regulating but added the word use to hopefully get to your point,
Oh,
Councilman.
okay. Well, I don't know if Lou would be okay with that, though. I'm okay with that.
So efforts, Councilwoman, efforts, when we use the term efforts here, we use it to include regulation and legislation, essentially any government action.
I think there's just a disagreement on, like, I'm actually more pro-drone, and I think maybe there's less pro-drone, so it's just a point of difference.
I think so, you know, I mean, we use drones in real estate all the time to take pictures, you know, aerial views and so forth, so I'm certainly not against them. But I do worry when there's a proliferation of them
there's
up
very
in
long
the
range.
air,
So-
and then,
So to
you know,
move
what
us along,
happens
are you
then?
both comfortable with what Heather has suggested?
And I appreciate, Heather, your coming up with wording, but I guess the regulating has some teeth in it. So, can't do
Well, we
that.
just disagree.
So is there some way that we can bring this to council on consent with one deviating phrase that deals with drones?
Do you guys have any words?
Well,
Support reasonable efforts surrounding.
If there's one part that we cannot agree on, let's vote. So I think that's going to make the most sense. So I'm either going to go with one of you or the other of you. How's that?
Fine, yeah.
Okay, so Lydia, I'll side with you, and that makes it a 2-1. And then that still means it can go, I hope I'm right, on consent.
your procedures require
Has to be unanimous.
unanimous for it to be on consent.
And can I just say this? Supporting reasonable efforts surrounding policies such as strengthening cybersecurity. It could also go to say strengthening drone use.
Sure. Yes, we could do that. So we could,
So I don't want
Cybersecurity.
strengthening drone use, because that would mean,
no, so each clause is separate. We could say support reasonable regulatory efforts surrounding policies such as, we could strike strengthening, put cybersecurity, strike regulating drones and shared mobility services. So it would read, in part, supporting reasonable regulatory efforts surrounding policies such as cybersecurity, drones, shared mobility services, so on and so forth.
can you accept that?
That gets regulation in there, but not right next to drones. And does not speak to the amount
It's okay,
or
we
number
can
of
stay here
drones.
until midnight. Not a problem. Greg, I'll give into something else that you want later. How's that? We'll make this an even exchange.
Yes, absolutely. Supporting reasonable regulatory efforts surrounding policies regarding cybersecurity, drones, shared mobility services, so on and so forth. Okay.
Okay, shall we vote? You're okay? All right. I think we're there by consensus, am I right? Okay, neither of you are voting no. Therefore, I see 3 ayes. And it wasn't an easy 3 ayes. So,
Thank you so much.
thank you both, and
Thank you.
you have to drive back tonight?
I'm actually staying the night, but thank you for considering.
Okay, well, thanks for being here. Good. And Heather, thanks for your help.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you very much.
And thank you to my colleagues for your indulgence.
So that takes us from 1 to 2. So just for anybody who might be watching from home, we have just finished item number 1 was an update from the city's state legislative advocate and review and approval of the 2020 legislative guidelines and updated advocacy process manual. And we're going on to number 2. And then we have one last item, which is number 3 on council procedures and protocols and so forth. And this one is going to, number 2 tonight is dealing with a proposed Tier 1 safe parking pilot program at religious congregations and institutions. And could I ask our new attendee to identify herself?
Yes, good evening. I'm Rachel Tanner, Assistant Director of the Planning and Development Services Department.
Good. Thank you and welcome.
Just allow me to get set up with the presentation.
I have 2 cards. After we discuss this item, there are 2 cards from David Haley and David Bergen. Just so you know, I've got your cards. Okay, so are you going to introduce the item?
Yes, and I do have
Okay,
a short
great.
presentation.
Great, thank you.
Great. Good evening, committee members. It's good to be with you again this evening. I just want to remind you what we're talking about is a safe parking program. I was with you last in September, on September 10th. So this evening, we want to talk about a review of the Policy and Services Committee direction, so refreshing our memories from the 10th, what we have proposed as a Tier 1 parking program, the standards of operation for that program, and then, of course, discussion regarding that item. So just a refresher for those who may not know, who are in the audience or watching at home, safe parking programs provide safe, secure locations where households using a vehicle as their residence can park overnight and sleep in their vehicle, which could be a van, a truck, a car, an RV, different types of vehicles they may be residing in. So on September 10th, we left here with a motion that had 6 items, and tonight's presentation and the staff report address the first and the third item, which were to move forward with the tiered overnight safe parking program and to work with local congregations regarding the use of their parking lots for a safe parking program. The other items we do want to address and would address those in the future, coming back to this committee and also to Planning and Transportation Commission and City Council as needed. So establishing a Tier 1 program site and kind of what that program might look like, this goes over kind of how we might regulate and institute such a program. So the first is that the Tier 1 would be for 4 vehicles or fewer on a privately owned parcel that's zoned for a church or for a religious institution. And the duration of this pilot program would be up to 18 months. The idea would be during that 18 months, we would be working with the Planning and Transportation Commission, with the City Council, to create a permanent program that could be ongoing. And we would learn from this pilot in the meantime. The proposed way to do the permitting for this program would be to require that the applicants, the church or the religious congregation coming forward, would apply for a permit that would be noticed to the immediate neighbors so that they would be made aware and could appeal or protest or have inquiries if they had questions or concerns about the permit. The planning director would make the decision, a tentative decision that would be appealable to the City Council. And the appeals would be, eligible appellants, would be limited to residents or property owners that immediately abut or are directly across the street from the property that is applying for the permit. This is similar to how we do our reviews for homes when people are renovating their homes, so a similar format for who can appeal those decisions. We propose about, I think it's 7 standards of operation for these programs. One, that the hours of operation would be between 6 p.m. and 8 a.m. Providers may decide to have shorter time periods than that, but that would be the window of time that they could operate the programs. We propose that there would be quiet hours from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., during which time the noise level at the facility cannot exceed that of the neighborhood or exceed the noise ordinance, so essentially trying to stay in line with our existing laws. Required facilities would include toilet and hand washing sink. A shower is recommended but not required. It would be great to see folks be able to provide shower facilities, but that may not be possible at all sites. We'd want to see a connection to the Santa Clara County case management system, which shows that these program participants are vetted in that system, are part of that system, so that they could potentially be connected to additional resources. We want the contact information to be posted on site, including the non-emergency police number, as well as the number for staff, and of course 911 if there should be an emergency that folks would be reminded to call there. The permit holders would be required to maintain safe, cleanly, and orderly premises, and the permit could be revoked if the program was found to be detrimental to public health, safety, or the general welfare. The next steps, concluding our discussion tonight, would be to have this committee direct staff to draft the ordinance that would enact the pilot. So if you wanted to propose, for example, different standards of operation or different procedure for the permitting, we can have that discussion tonight and direct staff to draft the ordinance and then have that ordinance be brought directly back to City Council for consideration. This is a little bit different than perhaps the normal process we might go through, where we might take it to the Planning and Transportation Commission first and then back to Council. But again, this is considering a sense of urgency that we felt to try to get this small program going while we figure out the other tiers, and also that this would be a pilot so that we have time to learn from it as we're going through the longer process of working through PTC and the City Council on a more long-term enduring program. So that concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions as you have them.
Good. Thank you so much. Lydia, do I recall you brought this forward? So perhaps you'd like to start out by either asking questions or making comments?
So when do you anticipate returning for the page 4 items, such as consider discussions with private and public landowners regarding the use of their facilities? Have you started on that? Some of those items already?
We have started on some of those items. We have reached out, for example, to Stanford University, and they're putting us in contact with folks who have been thinking about or looking at housing and kind of these related issues. So we'll be having discussions there. I'm just looking at the list.
And also looking at some of our own parking lots at parks and so forth?
Yes, so we had those 2 parking lots which we discussed and have even been approached to look at other parking lots, either as alternative or additional sites within the city's portfolio. And so we can keep that going. We really have put most of our energy into the Tier 1 program at this time. So I think in terms of bringing back some of the other items, we could certainly look at, next spring for some of them, but I think it would kind of be a little bit of a rolling target. We'd kind of tackle some issues and then move on to the next ones that remain to be done.
I want to say I thank you for working so quickly. I know that this was on the October calendar, so thank you for that. And the other question I had, I noticed you mentioned that you were wanting it to be, and for some reason I can't find it, through the Santa Clara County
The case management system. Mm-hmm.
Is that?
It was in our report, I know.
Yeah. Part of that was, an effort to try to ensure that, and it seems to be in line with what we're mostly seeing, which is that these programs who are operating it are connected to the case management system in the county. I think we wanted to propose avoiding a situation where a congregation might open its parking lot, but the individuals might not be connected to any larger system that's helping them to address the issues that they're facing that are leaving them to be using their car for dwelling. And that was the hope.
Okay. Does the Santa Clara County Case Management System contract out to another provider?
My understanding of that system is that it is the system that different case managers kind of all put their information into. So
they're the clearinghouse kind
it's kind of like a shared network for the different case managers. So they might be, X organizations. For example, I believe last time we came, there were about at least 6 and growing number of organizations that provide safe parking. I think almost all of them work through this system. Yeah.
Okay, very good.
So that was a way to say, without saying it has to be this specific provider, but it should be within this network of providers who are doing this type of work.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Did I miss in this how does one get chosen to be in a parking lot, or how does your
Yeah.
So my select?
Yeah. So that kind of goes back to Councilmember Ku's question around the case management system. Most providers do work through that system, or say folks come and say, hey, I'm in need. Can I use this parking lot? A lot of them will refer the the individual or family to a provider who then kind of gets them into the system and then refers them out to the parking lots. It's not the same across the board and across providers, but that's the trend that I've observed, at least in my research. And so we didn't want to be very prescriptive to say your program should operate this way and this way and this way, because there's a lot of variety. We felt this was a way to address that issue of who are these people, how are they finding this location, how do they know that this resource even exists? And so we felt this is a way to encourage this and kind of direct towards the system without naming a specific way that your program has to operate.
So could you kind of walk me through this, because I think I'm missing a step or two. So I'm parked in El Camino at the moment. How do I find out that this possibility could exist?
I think the question of outreach maybe is what you're speaking to. How would someone know that they have the opportunity to use this parking lot? So with this specific program, we're looking at providers who their work is in outreaching and is in trying to work with folks who are dwelling in their vehicles and ensure that they are referred here. We talked last time about it not being required that people go here, and it's a voluntary program. So we would look to those providers to be experts at how we should do outreach to the folks who need this and get them in the system.
What does provider mean?
So a provider would be, for example, Move Mountain View, Life Moves, Project We Hope, Project Abode, these organizations that provide safe parking lots and operate safe parking lots throughout the county. And so
would they go looking for people who need this?
I would leave that to the programs that operate to describe their outreach methods. I can't speak for them to say exactly what they would do.
If I'm in my car in El Camino, how do I find out this exists?
I think that's a valid question. I think we have a representative from one of the providers here with us today, I believe. I don't know if they'd like to speak to this question or if you would like to hear from them in reference to this question.
Help us out, please do, because I'm just trying to figure it from start to finish.
My name is Amber Stein, and I'm the director of Move Mountain View. The process.
I'm sorry, which place did you say?
Move Mountain View, the Mountain View parking lot. Lots of love. The process, basically, the way our program runs is that we do case management. We have partnership with CSA, that's Community Agency Service. So they work with this population a lot. And one of the ways they do outreach is going around and putting it on people's vehicles, saying, do you need safe parking? Another way we do that outreach is to the police. We created some little pocket cards so that the police will have it with them, and then they will distribute it to anyone that is dwelling in their vehicles, saying, are you looking for safe parking overnight? Once that individual gets that information and they're interested, either they may call directly to us, or they may call CSA, whichever agency has reached out to them. And once that individual reaches out to us saying that they need parking space, then at least one of my jobs is to make sure that they are in the county database, which means they have to go to CSA, which is a case management agency, and put their information.
The one that's in Mountain View.
That's the one in Mountain View. Put their information on the database through them. Okay, by being in the database, what it does is it makes them available for services. And one of the main purpose is that it makes them available for housing. If their information is not in the county database, then how do they get affordable housing? So by being in there, by being embedded in that database, then case manager, whoever it is that is handling their situation, can look at them and be able to assign housing. Meanwhile, they're assigned into parking with us. And in that process of case management, not just database.
By the time they come to you, they're in a system,
right? They have to be in the system because we have to do nightly or daily attendance when they left, when they entered. And then also we keep track of how they're doing in searching for housing. Maybe individually they search. Some of the people we get are very independent. They just lost their job. They really haven't been in the homelessness situation until now. So they are optimistic and they do maybe their own search. But then we have many that have been homeless for 15 years, been living in their vehicles, but now they're in the system and we can network and see if we can find them housing. Right now, I think in the year and a half that we have operated, we have been able to place, we have 2 churches, 4 parking lots, parking spaces, I should say, and we housed, lack of a better word, about 18 cars, and out of that 18, 9 car members or 9 car households have been placed in housing. Either it's through the public housing or finding homes through friends or relatives. So it's a process of encouragement and also putting them in the database.
So I guess what I might have seen is that somebody just showed up at a parking lot and said, you know, I need a space. But I'm hearing it clearly, you've done a nice job. So in other words, first they find an agency such as provider, CSA, which has functioned in Mountain View for a long time. And then Mountain View helps them connect with the county. If they're not connected, they get a case manager.
No, CSA does the case management themselves.
Okay, so they don't need to go to the county.
They don't need to go to the county. The database is in the county. That's
Okay.
basically what it is.
So once they're in the CSA system, then they can be considered for a parking space that is through your program, correct?
Yes, CSA
Okay.
would connect with us saying, you know,
Okay.
there's Miss So-and-so and she needs parking and she has this many children. And then we decide, is that the parking lot that will take children and household or, you know, does she needs to be in this other parking lot? Yeah.
What do you consider your type of partner, your CSA that exists in Palo Alto? What would be similar?
I think there has been a mention of abode, might have been one of the possibilities.
Which one?
Abode.
I don't know Abode.
And then, who else? Do you know anybody? Life Moves. Life Moves is another one in Palo Alto. That's a possibility. CSA of Mountain View has expressed interest also in doing case management. One of the things that we are doing, that we are changing, is that CSA has been our agency of case management, and we have learned through the year and a half that we actually, it doesn't matter who is monitoring where the case manager is coming from, but we need to have that case manager in our office. So if CSA, that case manager may be employed by CSA, but that case manager needs to be in MOVE's office so that we have a constant communication. And then also they will have the freedom to be able to work different hours versus what the actual case management office hours are.
You've done a great job of explaining it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I didn't know Life Moves had an office here now, does it?
If you want to speak, you can speak. It just has to be at the microphone so everybody can hear
tell
and we
us
can
who you are.
capture.
So my name's Dave Arnone, and I'm also with Move Mountain View. And so I think one important thing to understand is some of the vocabulary that gets thrown around. So a lot provider is that organization that administers the parking lot.
That would be maybe a church.
No, that would be like us, the nonprofit,
Okay.
or Project We Hope.
Uh-huh.
So they operate parking lots.
Okay.
Okay. A key piece of this is the case management function. Okay. In some organizations, like Life Moves, for instance, they will operate as the provider function and the case management function.
Okay.
Okay. Move Mountain View, we do not have the case management function in our organization. And so we partner with the case management organization, CSA, to get that job done. Okay, so Life Moves, We Hope, those are organizations that do they're the safe parking provider, and they provide the case management. And so I think a critical step for Palo Alto, should you pursue this, is to work to identify a case management provider. Okay, because working with us, we would naturally want to go to CSA because they're our partner, but they traditionally have not functioned in Palo Alto. They've told us that, that if funding were available, they would be interested in perhaps growing their services into Palo Alto. So I think there's options, but I think that is really, beyond, having this approved, it's a real task in nailing that case management provider.
That's a huge help, thank you. Good. And I hope we have both your names so that we can use you as a resource. Yeah. More questions?
You also, once they are entered into the system, they're also referred to medical, low-income medical services, or is there that kind of option?
I think Amber will be best to answer this again, but I think that's part of what the case manager might
That's
do.
part of case management, and sometimes it's CSA, sometimes it's me. I mean, we all have the resources available to us. So if it's an individual has a sense of independence and can handle it, we can say, go here and get medical. But we provide the medical as well as maybe when the automobile breaks down, CSA has some funding to be able to tell the client, go get 3 appraisals, and then we will fix your vehicle for you. That's another resource that's available. Of course, CSA is also known for their food bank, so there is fresh produce and food for the clients.
Could you tell us your name again?
Amber, and then Stime, S-T-I-M as in Mary, E.
Thank you. Okay, appreciate that.
I'm done. Thank you so much.
Questions?
Yeah, so thank you for your work on this. A few questions, which is, in terms of the 4 parking spots per location, does it matter how big the lot is? What if it can only hold 4 cars? Or I'm just trying to
Like if
understand.
it was a very small parking lot that
Yeah.
can only hold 4
Yeah.
vehicles?
Yeah. Well, I mean, is there a minimum size, or is it?
I guess the minimum size, we hadn't really envisioned it probably would be that it would need to at least hold the 4 vehicles in order to accommodate up to 4.
Should it have more though? I mean, I'm just trying to think of like.
Yeah, I mean, I think to that point, part of what we tried to do, kind of the big picture answer, and then I can go into maybe more specific answer, was create a framework into which the congregations that have expressed interest could fit within their comfort level to begin this program. That said, there could be a situation where a parking lot, may be too small. So, if you wanted, we could come back in the ordinance with a recommended lot size in order to accommodate the 4 vehicles.
I think it's important, and the reason why is because I think, some congregations are super busy, right? And if,
Amber might be able to help you.
well, let me finish this thought first. So, some lots might be really, really busy, right? And if the residents around there perceive that this is causing more spillover parking in their neighborhood, that could be a reason to oppose this. So that's why I was thinking that maybe something where there's it's like a negligible amount of parking, so it really is not going to affect. I mean, and I think most churches are like that. I don't think there are any. I'm trying to think of any, but I don't know if there are any. But if there are any that have really small parking lots and could cause a lot of spillover traffic, I'm just concerned how the people living there would feel about it, right?
I think that's a good point. I think there could be either a minimum lot size or just a percentage of parking spaces of the total spaces that are available, since that's at least one measure of the size of the parking lot versus dimensions. Could be important.
If you'd like to have Amber address your
It's up to
question,
you. I don't need to, but if you want to.
because I think there's probably something assumed.
Yeah, my understanding is one is if a church is considered to be a full congregation, the parking lot has to meet the number of congregants that they have in their church. I mean, per car, not per individual. That's one. And then the other is most of the churches that are reaching out to us have huge parking lots. Okay, we haven't had anybody that has that has even less than 20. Okay, and then in terms of the traffic in neighborhoods, people are, at least in the program that we've been running, they are there at 7 o'clock in the evening, and they leave by 7 o'clock in the morning. So no one usually knows that they're there. And I know there's been some opposition from various church neighbors based on, who are they, what's their background, those kinds of things. But traffic, it's not at a time of the day that you would even notice that these people were parked back there.
Yeah, actually, I wasn't thinking about
Thanks,
traffic. I was thinking about more about the
Spillover
spillover parking. Yeah, I think traffic, that's probably not going to
Yeah.
be, for vehicles are probably not going to be a meaningful
Yeah, I think
impact on traffic.
to build on Ms. Stimes' point, the idea that the, congregations typically, depending on the religion, Friday or Saturday, Sunday is their peak time, usually during the daytime hours, and during those hours, the vehicles would have exited the parking lot, and so even if they have, let's say, weekday events, it's unlikely that they would have most of the congregants would be there for those midweek events, and so there might be, parking that would still be available.
Actually, I was just thinking of the church that had this issue, and that was the one that the people were protesting the girl singing choir thing. I forgot.
First
The
Baptist
First
Church?
Baptist Church,
I
yeah,
see.
yeah,
I
I
see,
see, that's
yeah.
right, where they had almost like very little parking, right? And so, I'm just thinking about, and one of the big complaints of the neighbors was, like, can't park in front of my street and this and that. So I'm just trying to. I think we just want to avoid. I think we want this to be successful. To be successful, I think we want to try to head off potential issues like that. So I still think a percentage of parking would probably be a good idea, just so that we don't impact. This program can be successful.
Mm-hmm.
And I assume this is all the parking will be on the lot itself, right? No
Yes.
street parking, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think it was kind of implied, but I just want to make sure this is true, that this could be terminated at any time. So if there's like significant complaints, this could be terminated at any time, or did you have something else in mind?
The way that we have proposed it currently is that at first I would say there are the standards of operation, so if they were in violation of the standards of operation, the permit could be terminated. We also have that the permit could be revoked if the program was found to be detrimental to public health, safety, or general welfare.
Oh, no, I saw that, but I just want to say, there's no like, we don't have to give a year's notice or something like that. We could terminate any time.
We had not contemplated that detail, but it would probably be, pretty short-term notice that we could terminate the permit.
Like, how short?
How short would you like it to be?
I don't know. I think because this is a kind of experiment, and we want neighborhoods to kind of buy into it, right? And, if we say, well, we have to give a year's notice or something really, really long, then people would feel to want to oppose this program, right? And so I think, like, as short as possible, because I think that way people won't feel there's a lot of risk. If it's not working out, we could just stop, right? And there's not going to be like going to be hanging around for the next 6 months or something long, right? So I think it has to be as short as possible because of that. And if this program is executed successfully, there's probably not going to be much rejection, right? But I think to kind of head off people's objection, I think it's important to make it as palatable as possible.
I think that I certainly understand that. We can come back if we do come back with the ordinance, if that's what we're directed to do, contemplate what is the termination of the permit look like and how would that process unfold. I think we would want to consider, there may be complaints that people might lodge that might not mean that the complaints substantiate a violation of the standards of operation.
Sure. No, I understand. Yeah, I think this is just kind of, I think a lot of people are going to, and this goes to my next point, which is, I know that you're kind of using the individual review kind of guidelines for notification, but I remember when we had the first try at this, right, many years ago, and there was just so much outcry.
2013, maybe?
Yeah, something like that. It was a while back, and I'm just trying to, like, I think it's better to be cautious and overly cautious here, and I would say that we should have a much wider notification, not just the immediate properties abutting it. I think we would want to, at least for the first few, maybe after this becomes a thing and everyone's like cool with it, great. But until then, I think that we cannot over communicate on this program. I think it's very important that people know about it. Like, I don't know the right range, but I don't think one house over is the right range. I think I'm thinking that it's got to be like, I don't know, 1,000 feet or something sizable, so that anyone that's likely to lodge a complaint can be heard, right? Because that way it lets a lot of steam out of the system. If it's kind of sprung on people, people are not going to be happy, right? They're going to have people piling up to the council meetings.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's what we want. We want this program to be successful. So I think for this program to be successful, I think we want to like make sure that ample notification, make sure that and I think even the appellants, I wouldn't just limit it to the people about or directly across the street, because I think this is cause a firestorm if people really find out, right, that a bunch of RVs is going to be in their neighborhood. Because I think, I mean, people feel very, very passionate about this. So
Indeed.
And so I just don't
Indeed.
think, I don't think we want to surprise people.
And I think we heard from last time from congregations, at least one pastor was here, that was a big concern that he had, was informing his neighbors and being a good neighbor. I think the committee, part of what we're looking for is direction and what to bring back to council or as the next step. And so what we contemplated as the IR procedure, why we proposed that, is in some ways to ensure that the program does come to fruition. And so if there's a very wide notification network and a very wide appellant pool, someone blocks away could oppose the safe parking program, and we may see none be realized here in Palo Alto. So, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do that. We can certainly have a wider notification. Just to say that's the rationale that we were thinking, is how to inform people and offer a route for appealing, but also allowing the program to come into fruition.
I think, I mean, I understand your point, right, about keeping it small so that we could move fast on this, but my feeling is, because we had quite a reaction last time around, my feeling on this is that it's better not to surprise people. It's better to let everyone know. Like I mean, once it becomes established and people realize it's not a big deal, right? We're just helping some people out, no need to worry or panic here. Until that becomes like more of a norm, I think it's better to tread very, very carefully and to have a really, really wide notification and to let the appellant pool be very wide. And then people say, yeah, it's in our neighborhood, it's not a big deal, right? It's like, we could do more of it, right? But if this is like, we're kind of trying to sneak it onto the neighborhood, I think people are just gonna like, we'll fly off the handle here. I don't think it's gonna be good. So I don't think we want to, I couldn't support something like this that's so narrow in this notification.
Okay, thank you.
So do you want to suggest something?
Well, I told you 1,000 feet, but I'm just making stuff up. I don't know what the right one
We
is, but I
could
don't think.
compare it to another noticing range of other projects
I'm just
that we
thinking
have.
about if we had the First Baptist Church, right? I'm just thinking about that and who was complaining. It wasn't the guy.
Can I make a recommendation that could help through this?
And wait till we get to public comment, okay?
It wasn't just people right next to that church, right? It was people all around there, right? And so I think that's kind of radius we need, because this is a fairly substantial change in our policy, and while this definitely has the right kind of spirit, I think this is going to take a change in people's expectation. I mean, I think a lot of people, like when this first came around, people were like, oh yeah, it's really cool, as long as it's not in our church, not in our neighborhood, as long as it was someone else's neighborhood, it was good, right? But then as soon as it started happening, started rolling out, people started being a lot of protest. And so I would say, look at the First Baptist Church, looked at who came in, protested, right? We had the whole chamber filled with people, right? Yeah. I mean, I would have that kind of radius, because at least initially, and again, we could pare it back once, streamline this once this is flying, right? Once we have a program that's kind of established and really working. But if we go with this really aggressive program right now, which has minimum notification, and we surprise people, this might just die completely.
And I think First Baptist was under a CUP, I think eventually is where we went with that program, so we could use a similar radius, or kind of look at other programs to look at the kind of notice.
But I don't think the house next to it is the right one. That's just too small, I think.
Definitely understand that.
Okay. Okay, and then, let's see. So, kind of the question for you also is on slide 4. So you talked a little bit about some of the work that you guys have done on this. And I guess, where are you on number 5?
We have not begun work on number 5. Okay. Again, most of our work has been on this Tier 1 program.
Okay, because I think part of the motivation for this is number 5, right? So what Mountain View did was, they did both of them, right? They had a safe parking plus they had enforcement. And so, because we're going to have to try to sell this to the residents, especially the residents that are being affected, right? And so people are going to say, well, okay, so how does this help? So Mountain View does this so that they can not have all the RVs lined along El Camino. they had a combination of the safe parking plus they had enforcement. And just about as far as I know, every other city that has always coupled the two together. And so I guess that's the thing I would want to know, right? Because, and I think that's the kind of the selling point we need to sell to the residents, that, look, we're doing this, we're having the safe parking zones, but it's also coupled with enforcement, right? Because I think if we just do one and not the other, then residents say, what the heck? Like, how's this helping, right? So I think that's something that I think is important to have with this program as well.
We certainly heard that message from this committee last time, and definitely plan to research that as we again look to the other programs. The question of parking enforcement and parking regulations does kind of wag the tail of a different dog as well, and we talk about parking and kind of how we want to think about how we manage our parking in our streets. And I think it especially is an area where we may want to be cautious in terms of how we link this program, safe parking programs, with our parking regulations and enforcement to ensure that we don't run afoul of violating anyone's constitutional rights as understood in the state of California.
Yeah, that's why I think it's really important to look at what are other cities doing, right? I mean, have any other cities set up a safe parking without enforcement? And that's something which I don't know, right? But I think as a body we should know. We should know that answer, right? Mm-hmm. So that people ask, why are we doing this? It's understood why.
Definitely can take that, and like I said, we can work on understanding the different enforcement mechanisms other cities have instituted across, especially in the state of California, in the Bay Area as well as Southern California.
Because I think before this goes to council, I think that kind of basic research should be done.
I think, I don't know, I would want to understand how you would see this maybe relating, when you say this goes to council before the Tier 1 program goes to council?
I think there should be a plan, right? So research could be looking at what Mountain View does, right? Research could be, let's look at all 2,000 cities in California. I mean, so there's different levels of research for that. So I think something reasonable, right? Maybe look at, what does Mountain View do? What does Menlo Park do? What does Sunnyvale do? Just something basic, right?
But you wouldn't want to hold this up, though, to
Oh, I'm
do
not saying
that,
hold it
right?
up, but I think just having a table saying, and it shouldn't take a lot of work to look at 5 surrounding cities. This is what they're doing, right? Here's a table. Do they have
But
safe
we have
parking?
Mountain View helping us out tonight.
We have Mountain View helping us out tonight, right? And Mountain View has the two together, right? I'm not an expert in other cities. I just know what Mountain View is doing. So it would be good to know what other surrounding cities doing, right? So that we're fully informed. And do we want to be the first city locally that doesn't have both, right? That's something that we should consciously know.
So we have some people in the audience who I think would like to share. Here's who I have cards from, and I know you want to speak. I don't know your name.
Oh, I'm Dave.
Okay. Why don't you come and start?
Okay.
Well, pardon? For 3 minutes, and then we can have you fill a card out, okay?
Sure.
And I have a couple more after you.
Yes, I just wanted to support Councilman Tanaka and in increasing the noticing. Okay, I think the minute word gets out, what we've observed, that this is going to happen or could happen, in the days of next door, it's going to go like wildfire. And people who are not noticed are very hurt. And so I want to recommend noticing. You could consider separating out who you notice versus who could appeal. I don't understand, that's a thing you could do. With regards to cities who have done safe parking without enforcement, the first one that comes to mind is Mountain View. Mountain View has had a pilot program, safe parking pilot program. One of the differences between the program being proposed and the program that Mountain View took on is duration. And so Mountain View chose to take on a 3-month pilot program. And that might be something worth considering, because that may be a way to help this not feel so risky for some neighbors. We're going to try this for 3 months.
Period.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Good, thanks so much, and we'll have you fill out a card.
Yeah, we'll do that.
So I have David Bergen, I have David Haley, and I have Herb Borak. any order that you get to the mic. Just tell us which one you are.
Sure thing. Hi, I'm David Bergen, and I'm here with Lisa Ratner. Both of us are residents of Palo Alto. Both of us, hi Rachel, are members of Congregation Etz Chaim, which is on a Jewish synagogue on Alma between San Antonio and Charleston. And we are very interested in the city adopting a program such as this.
You have a big parking lot.
And we have a very large parking lot. And it is empty at night, and there are people in need. So as a result, we have not formally approved that. We would need to see what the program is. We would need to discuss it. Our board's going to need to review it. And so there needs to be a process for that. But the board has asked us to work with the city to see if a program could be put in place that we could participate in. We do really encourage you to work closely with and get a lot of input from lot providers such as Amber and Dave from Move Mountain View. They have tremendous experience with the Mountain View program. And the kind of thing we would want to see in place is almost like a turnkey program where we could provide our lot. And there's a lot provider that manages it, the operational aspects of it. There's a case management agency that does the case management. And that ultimately these people can be helped to transition into permanent housing. But at any rate, I just wanted to express our interest and hope that you move forward with this.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you for coming and being so open to it. David Haley, and then Herb Borak.
I'm the third David, apparently. I'm a pastor at Highway Palo Alto Community in Christ, just right down the road from Etz Chaim. We're a small non-denominational Christian church. We've also got a pretty good-sized parking lot, and we'd love the opportunity to be able to be a part of a program like this. I can't say it much better than David did ahead of me. All the same desires, I think, on our end. Something clear to be able to present to our board to be approved with a lot provider. Handling logistics. I think a big desire on our end is, or what we love about what Move Mountain View does, is the connection to case management, that this isn't just a place to park, but this is an access point to resources. What I love about this program is it's something that brings congregations together instead of us each doing kind of our own thing. And I think all the conversation tonight around concerns about other residents in the area, I think are really valid. It seems impossible to do something like this without it being appealed, without there being concerns raised. And so it feels important to say that's going to happen. And I think the real questions to sit with are which residents in the city of Palo Alto's needs are going to be considered in that moment. There's a huge not in my backyard movement as a pastor and a human being that makes me really sad. The impact this program is asking for is for 4 cars in one lot from 6 p.m. to 7 or 8 a.m. It feels like a pretty low impact, and somebody has to go first. I think for there to be for programs like this to get off, they have to get off the ground. They have to see that it can work, and so I hope you give us the chance. We'd love the opportunity to be generous with the incredible asset of space that we've been given, and hope that you give us a chance to do so.
Thanks very much. Herb. I got so excited I could leave it on at the beginning, but then that didn't work. So, welcome, Mr. Borak.
Thank you, Chair Niss, and good evening, Commissioners. I oppose the proposal. Apparently, the staff and committee members need an education about what is provided in Palo Alto in services for the population being considered, and maybe also on planning and zoning law. If we're talking about an amendment to the zoning code, I believe it does have to go through the Planning Commission first. That you can't sidestep that Who is Life Moves? Life Moves a successor through a number of mergers and name changes of what was originally Urban Ministry in Palo Alto, that then became part of Envision, which was Santa Clara County. That was then combined with Shelter Network from San Mateo County, which then took over the whole thing and changed its name to Life Moves. And what Life Moves does is provides interim housing and supportive services for homeless families and individuals to rapidly return them to stable housing and achieve long-term self-sufficiency. What we have here appears to be a program driven by the fact that there was county money for this program. And that's essentially the sense I got when Mr. Arno appeared before the committee before and was explaining the program that they do. Life Moves does both. It does both the parking lot and the case management. And where it, I'll provide this for staff for the packet, that the city of San Jose a year ago started a pilot program for homeless families and young children. That is over 4,000 people living in the streets in San Jose. Probably something over 100 of them are families with young children who do not have a safe place to sleep at night. So the first thing to say, all the people in the cars in El Camino and in neighborhoods where people are complaining about them, do they not have a safe place to sleep? Or is the safety that we're talking about in Palo Alto the safety of the neighbors? And what about during the day when people are complaining that people are parking on streets? You can't, under the court decisions, ban the parking of people using their vehicles for habitation in the streets unless you have another place for them. So I had a lot of questions about what's the real purpose of the program, say, from Palo Alto's viewpoint. When the shelter system was started in Palo Alto, it was gone, although a conditional use permit was required, it first went to the council so that the council could review what the conditions were and how it works, and then individual use permits. The temporary use permits, it's 30 days at a time in facility, and people must be inside the building. Some of those people have vehicles. They would have liked to stay outside, but to consider the neighbors who are more imposed upon by a car over their fence, on the other side is a private space compared to being in the public right-of-way, is something to consider. So what I'll do is just give a copy of what the San Jose program is. Okay.
Where is Life Moves Opera? Where are they located now?
Opportunity Center. The Opportunity Center is their that's their in Palo Alto. There is a drop-in center, the Opportunity Center. They also have taken over the Breaking Bread meals, which used to be in individual churches, is now the breakfast at Life Moves instead. And they've also served lunch every day. So Monday through Friday, they have breakfast and lunch. Okay. The people living in their vehicles in El Camino are very close to Life Moves if what they're looking for is to move on from that situation.
Okay. Thank you. So that brings us back to where we are. Herb Borick just brought up a number of items, Ms. Stump, talking about code and so forth, and the need of going to planning commission and so forth. Do you want to comment?
I'm happy to, Chair Nis. So as the staff report describes, the staff does intend to take an ordinance to the planning commission for its to have a hearing, to have a full review, and make a recommendation to council. But there is a provision in our code that allows a more streamlined process where it's necessary for health and safety. And in our view, the urgency of this small pilot project does meet that standard, and so it allows you to go straight to council for a temporary program while planning commission is getting started, also looking at those issues for a more permanent type of zoning code amendment.
Thank you for that explanation. So with that, I think we've explored this pretty thoroughly. It would look as though at this point, especially given explanation from our attorney, that we can do this as was described because of health and safety needs. So, are there more questions either of you have? Are you ready to move forward with this?
I actually have a question.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have, this is a pilot program also. Do we have a length of time for it? I might have missed.
The proposed length of time was 18 months, though we heard
that's right. You did
testimony
say
that
18 months.
consideration of a shorter time period might be advisable.
Yeah. Mhm.
If we heard 11, I will should.
And then, what is Mountain View doing for notifying neighbors? Do you know?
I would have to look into that. Their program has evolved significantly over the past 2 years. I would want to go back to what they did in the very beginning. My understanding from speaking with their staff is that in the very beginning, they found that their code allowed for the parking of 4 cars or fewer on these sites. And there was some conversation around how that might unfold, but I don't believe that there was strong regulations. The folks who operate the lots may know more in detail, but I can reach out to staff for that beginning piece.
But we do want this to be regulated, so.
Exactly.
So this is why we have this, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And notification radius, what we have right now is, I believe, 600 feet, right? Is that 600?
Different parts of our code require different noticing. It'd be nice if they were all the same, but they are different.
They're
And
different.
so we could look, as I was saying, at, for example, the conditional use permit process and what the notification radius is for that. It's somewhat similar to a conditional use, at least in the sense that there are conditions of operation. It's not guaranteed that someone would just get it. They, need to prove that they're able to abide by the conditions.
And for the enforcements, there was the the posting of contact information at the site, at the lot. Will the neighbors that are close by also get that, maybe a piece of paper showing the contact information also, and not just at the site, so they don't have to come to the site to get
find the information.
To find their information, but instead it's sent directly to them, so
That
that
could,
they,
I think that could be
something?
great. Yeah, and that could be part of, let's say
Yeah.
once their permit is actually approved, that
Right.
it, goes back out to say this has
Right.
been approved and this is the contact information.
Great. And then staff contact, which staff are we talking about?
It would be the staff of the congregation and the lot provider. So, for example, it would be who to call at Move Mountain View if someone needs to get a hold of somebody, whoever was providing those services at the parking lot.
And the program, police is also, Palo Alto PD is also kind of knowledgeable about all of this, right? So that they would be able to
know.
respond and know what's going on.
Absolutely, I think that'd be very important. And we would have them put the police non-emergency number as well for if somebody was there who felt unsafe, they needed to call the police, they could do so.
And for the revocation of the permit, perhaps, I guess it would follow state laws about, would that fall into, like for real estate in apartments, when you're giving notice, there has to be a certain amount, 30 days or 60 days. Will this fall into that sort of notifying that cars would have to leave?
I'm gonna look to Molly. I know we have I imagine we have different time periods for revoking permits. I don't know if it follows state law or if it's our purview as a city to determine how a permit would be revoked.
Yeah, it should be our process, so
We have the liberty to determine that time frame for the revocation.
right. But in terms of, we should look at what it sounds like that's something we need to follow up on, and, right. In terms of the cars themselves, my understanding is the program provides that they leave daily.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. But in terms of the program itself,
Coming back, for them to have that location expected to come back every night, if there's a problem, then we kind of have to give notice, right? Oh, for the program. The notice would go for the program, not so much each of the cars.
so
Okay.
how is the program set up? Is the lot provider or the program administrator has the ability to say to a particular participant who's maybe not following the rules.
Yeah, they could expel that,
Yes,
that
please do not come
individual
back this
from the lot. And as testimony was given, the folks who are there are all part of a program. Folks don't, maybe they would pull up and say, hey, I need some help, but then they kind of have to get part of the larger system. And so it's known who's going to come to that parking lot each night and that they're kind of participating in the parking lot program.
Thank you.
Do you know at all if this is anything like Santa Barbara's?
Santa Barbara is often looked to as a model for safe parking. They operate one of the longest standing parking programs there, or in the state. It has some similarities to their program. It has some differences as well.
Is it city-county, as I remember?
They do collaborate, but I'm not sure if it began that way or if it kind of evolved, over time, because it has been operating for a number of years. So they kind of are looked to as the gold standard, but they have a pretty robust operation. So we may get there one day. I don't know that we start out kind of at the level that they're currently at.
It's a good one to look at, though, because they're very impressive.
Yeah, they have literally a handbook, and they teach other folks how to do it. So it's
very impressive.
quite the model, yeah, indeed.
With that, questions?
More comments, actually. Okay. I guess for me, I think what you're saying about the CUP seems to make sense in terms of having a CUP notification area. So that's something that, from the recommendation, I would want to change. I don't know what my colleagues think, but I think more notification, the better, at least initially. I think the suggestion, I forgot who made it in the audience, about a 3 months pilot program actually makes sense to me as well, because this is, I would agree. Yeah, this is something we could always extend later, but I think acceptance is really important. And so if we want this to be successful, we need buy-in, right? And we don't want to like scare people. So I think that's important. The other thing is, and I think last time we talked about it, we didn't actually specify, but I do think there's some basic research on number 5 on page 4 is important.
Talking about the regulation.
Yeah, and we don't have to have this figured out tonight, but I think by the time it goes to council, I think this is kind of like some basic information that I think maybe it's something that comes in later, but it's something that we should have done our homework on at least. And it shouldn't take a lot of time, because I'm talking like a handful, like maybe like 5 comparisons, like the local 5 cities. And then the last one here is, and I just want to ask you, like, so let's say we did go to PTC, right? I heard what the city attorney said, right? So maybe technically we don't have to, right? But I just want to make sure people don't perceive that we're taking shortcuts, that we're doing everything above board, right? We are notifying everyone that we're being, we are trying to take in people's people's concerns, right? So this program can be successful, because it sounds like it has had like really good things in other cities, right? And I would hate for this to get shut down because of technicalities, so to speak, right? And so how much more delay would this cause? I mean, because if what I understand about the PTC is that it's not like their docket is like this filled to the brim and they're just super busy. I mean, could this not go on one of their meetings and then come back to council, so that there's no like accusation of like, well, gee, the city tried to take a shortcut and trying to not give public due process and all this kind of stuff. I think we just want to be cautious here, just because it is kind of a program that could cause a lot of controversy.
I certainly understand that, Councilmember Tanaka. I think the sensibility of saying, let's make sure we get to success this time and it doesn't kind of fall down and we don't provide maybe reasons for members of the public to oppose it before it even kind of gets to the next step. Part of our reason to think about, so to answer your question in terms of, the timing difference, it could go to PTC early next year and then to council hopefully shortly thereafter, kind of depending on how much time it spends there, or if it goes through PTC in one hearing, for example, and then on to council. Part of our hope was that by perhaps using this expedited process for the Tier 1 program, staff could then turn their attention to the Tier 2 and Tier 3 programs, which also would have to come to PTC and then to council. And so that was part of our thinking of if we can have the Tier 1 kind of be a little bit on this other track, then we can put time into thinking about the more advanced programs. But that doesn't preclude this program from going, to PTC instead of back to council.
I just know this is very controversial, and I think we should be on the side of caution. It's an extra month. It's also the holidays, so I'm just trying to think of practically, does that really make a big difference in the time? So I think we should be a little bit cautious here and just make sure that we don't have, maybe to let our law work correct, right? We don't have to go through the PTC, but I think just to be cautious, just to give public due process, make sure that everyone's fully informed, I think we should just do it. I think there's no reason to cause more controversy.
Go to PCC before we do this. Is that your suggestion?
Yeah, I think to me, I just want to be cautious on this because I think I'm just thinking about the case where this goes through, people are upset, right? And people say, well, what happened to the PTC? Why did you guys skip them? People will bring up a lot of things, as you know. And I think it doesn't seem like it's going to cause a much bigger delay. And I think it's safer. Maybe the PTC could also do more outreach and really make sure that people are bought into the program so that it could be successful.
I do have a question maybe for Molly, just to make sure I'm not speaking out of turn. In terms of going to PTC, this body can refer it to PTC, or does it need to go to City Council and then be referred from the council to the PTC?
I know the committee asked that something be prepared to go directly to council. The original council referral, did it specify?
I wasn't on the original referral. Were you, Lydia, on the original one?
So
I think the original one indicated some urgency, as I recall. And could you turn your microphone on? Yes, so the original one I think had urgency in it, and that was why we had said, please come to us as quickly as you can. That was in September, so you've been working on it. I hear what you're saying, Greg, very, very clearly. I don't know if going to PTC is going to put more of a buffer in there or have more of a discussion. I would be more than willing to move it forward tonight, but I hear your concern, so.
I don't want to shut down. We put a lot of time into this.
Yes. Pardon?
No, I was just saying, we put a lot
We're
of.
having trouble with our mics, aren't we?
We need automatic.
We do,
Yeah.
right. Lydia, we need you to weigh in on this one. Move it forward expeditiously or wait?
Well, I think that the council direction and their checking, if I remember correctly, it was to come to PTC and then to go back directly to council. And then
Come to PTC or come to policy?
I'm sorry, come to
Policy.
policy and services.
Right, we are.
And then,
Right.
and then get back to council, because there is some urgency towards it, towards having
We said
something
because of
prepared.
health and safety reasons, we were
Right.
willing to,
Specifically
to
because,
go right to the actual
right,
pilot program.
right.
Yes, Councilmember Ku's recollection does look like it is correct, that the referral was to craft program details and bring back to council. That's not so specific about the mechanism, this provision that allows the streamlining, but we do have that provision available to us, and it's consistent with what council asked the committee to do.
And I hear Councilmember Tanaka's point. We do want it to be successful. On this one here, I think that there is an urgency, and since we do have many of faith-based organizations who are already offering, and in addition to that, we do have the mechanisms where there is funding provided from the county to the lot administrators. So it's just, it just can move along pretty quickly. If anything, I would say that I would like to see that we do move this forward as staff recommends with, if you want the 3-month pilot, I would actually prefer to see a 6-month pilot versus a 3-month. We can do that. And then I'm sure
I
that.
think I'd agree with the 3.
I'll go with 3, just because I think the challenge is, I think.
Well, it leaves you an out, yes, you're saying it's a quick try, and people are not going to feel uneasy
Yeah.
because it seems to go on forever.
Yeah, because I
So-
think you're right, Councilmember, which is, I think we have a lot of the churches' support for this, and I think that all of them are on board. But my concern
They
is
won't all be on board.
well,
Not all,
well,
but there
I
are.
think I'm concerned about the community support, and I think because last time the community support
get
was
it.
not there, and I think that's why I think being extensive about our outreach and communication is important because of that. Because we've had just a small group of people talking about it here, and I think the wider community doesn't know this, and if the wider community found out, they might have some concerns, and we should hear those.
Right. So, understand. So 3 months is okay with me, but I do want to see that it moves forward. And I'm sure the lot administrators and the churches, the faith-based organization would do their outreach as well and communicate to the neighbors.
So here's the recommendation for tonight. Policy and Services discuss the proposed Tier 1 safe parking pilot program of religious congregations and institutions, direct the staff to draft the accompanying regs and code changes and bring that directly to the city council. So that is the recommendation we're looking at in the motion. And what we'd like to weave into this is a 3-month pilot and notification within what number of?
The CUP, I don't know what it is. What is the CUP? Whatever the CUP is, I don't know what it is.
And we can also bring back, when we do come to council, just a little bit of, here's the different noticing ranges we use. So if the CUP is not sufficient, it could go to the next
But we're-
distance up, radius
But
up from that.
we're not using a CUP. No, just what the CUP details are.
Yeah.
Just the
Okay,
notification part.
that's okay.
Okay,
And
so,
then the last one part, right?
go ahead.
The last part was, the last part is we have some information, like a basic table on page 4, item 5.
What is on page
What you're saying is you'd like to have,
Yeah, we do 0.5. I mean, I don't think we have to be extensive, but we should have something, right? So we have a table saying, here's Mountain View, this is what they're doing, right? Menlo Park or whoever, right? Just so that we have some basis of comparison.
okay, to go along with the report?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not saying we have to block it tonight,
Okay,
but
fine.
just, yeah.
I will make the motion to
Sure.
move us along.
Sure.
With those 2 conditions in it, and also what are you going to call it, a table?
Yeah, table, yeah.
A table of comparisons? Okay, to be included. Okay, do we have a
Is this going
agreement
to
on that?
council?
Pardon?
For
I think it has
action?
to, right?
Action
I
calendar,
think it has
right?
to, right?
Go on
It's an
action?
action,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
I think it has to.
yes.
But by the way, just when it goes council, I'm still probably gonna vote for that it goes to PTC. But I'll vote for it because I think that's what we're restricted to. But I think it should go through the PTC because,
Well,
but that's another discussion.
how soon can this come to council? With some expediency, or do we have to wait a bit?
What's the pleasure of the committee? I mean, it's a question of how to stack this against the other things that are already on your docket for the remainder of the calendar year.
Well, I think it's a lot up to staff. I mean, we clearly are saying move it forward with speed.
With speed.
But we can only go at the speed that you can go at.
What
I'd
needs
love
to
to see-
happen between now and council from a staff perspective?
That's kind of what I'm thinking
I don't think
through.
much.
We mainly need to, add these provisions that were discussed tonight, and then, get the draft ordinance written and code changes. That would seem to be the to-do list.
Yeah, it seems like there's 2 issues. It's the time of the staff effort to prepare the materials, and then the fact that your agendas are very crowded, and so we do review those on a regular basis, and we'll have to look to see if other items can be swapped around.
Right.
So why don't you let us, we take your direction that this is a priority, but why don't you let us work on those 2 aspects and do
Yeah,
our
I think-
best?
I think we took it on as a priority, and we should consistently stay with that.
I'd love to see it before we go on break, winter Christmas holiday.
I would be remiss if I said that that was going to happen. I don't know that we can move it forward that quickly, but we can look at the calendars. I think for the next few weeks they're quite crowded, and just
And
given our
certainly
review
if
cycle. But
if not, January's a really good bet, and that might be a nice way to start the
that's
year.
what I was
Yeah.
thinking would be reasonable. January for sure. We could have it done by then.
So after it comes back to council in January, how soon can that be adopted? If everything goes the way we want it to be?
I imagine it would go through 2 readings.
2 readings?
Right, 2 readings, and then 30 days after the second reading for it to be effective. So it's about, figure 45 days.
And 30 days is a hard rule?
It is, it's part of state law.
Actually, one other question. Last time we talked about, and I think it was actually the city manager's suggestion, that we do some polling to understand people's feelings about this. Whatever happened to that?
Some community-based polling.
I think so, yeah. I think so. I think that was something that we talked about.
Yeah, we did discuss that at this committee, last time this came up. We have not really had an opportunity to put that into motion, not at this point.
Well, maybe since it's in January now, you guys could get something maybe by the time it's on council. Because I think this would also just, I just want to make sure the community supports there so that this could be a successful program.
I think, let me comment on that though. Polling is unless you're just doing anecdotal polling, real polling is going to take effort, an outside agency, it's considerably expensive. I think you can bring that up at full council if you want. I'm not sure that doing a full-blown poll at this point would really be.
I don't think we have to have a poll that should pass a new ballot measure, but just something where we gauge the community, where the community is on this.
But how do we do that?
I don't know, but maybe it's informal poll. Maybe it's just something we put on the city webpage. I don't know, but it's something. I think making sure we have enough outreach is actually really important on this.
Oh, I totally agree with that.
Because otherwise we would be
Yes.
totally blindsided on this.
I think polling though and outreach are kind of 2 different things.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the hate kind of polling we do to try to pass a business tax is not what I'm asking for. Something fairly likely.
Yes, yeah, because that's, I was thinking of the latter, right? Okay.
No, that's
Okay.
beyond the scope of what we're trying to do there.
To be considered.
Yeah.
Okay, can we move along?
I need a second on the motion.
Oh,
Does the motion include the polling or not?
no.
No.
It does not.
Then I'll second it.
Yeah, no. We said the polling we would consider as a possibility, but not in the motion tonight.
No, not in the motion.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay. All right, we have one more thing, and with a little luck, we could get done by 10. With this next item, which is coming from, thank you so much, Mountain View, for coming, or Palo Alto, whomever. Thanks a lot. So, this one is one I've asked to bring forward tonight. I don't think this needs an answer tonight. I think what we're really doing with this item is airing it. We're bringing it forward so that it becomes obvious and it's, as I said, more a first introduction. We will need to bring it back to this committee, and hopefully it will go on the budget this year. So, sir, and for you, and for me, and I think these are extras for staff. So, city manager, I think you're going to introduce this or not? Or Monique?
I will. How about that? The City Council Procedures and Protocols Handbook is periodically reviewed, should be reviewed annually, with any changes needed adopted. It has come back and forth to council in total, different times, with different items that have been recommended for changes. None of those have ever actually been acted upon in total. The last time the policies, the handbook was discussed was in 2018 in October. and there were discretionary changes recommended that Policy and Services Committee did review, but the changes were never recommended to full council. So at this time, the chairness had asked that we bring forward the Section 7 of the handbook related to travel and miscellaneous expense reimbursement at the December meeting. We can discuss this again, as well as the other, bringing back the discretionary and other changes that had come before, so that we can make sure we're still on the right page and get them forward to council. And again, that will likely, I mean, ideally with some of those items, be in January, which is a good start to the new year. So that you had attached Section 7, some recommended audits that had come, or not audits, excuse me, edits that had been proposed in 2016. And Councilmember Niss had requested some examples from our neighbors to consider in case there were any changes or process recommendations that you all wanted to make. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Most of that was the history, but there was also, and the other, I suppose the other piece of that is whether or not there would be any changes to the allocated budget for this item as part of the council travel funds, which you have going from the fiscal year 2016 through the fiscal year 19 budgets. So I leave it up to you.
Yeah, so let me start out with this, because this came to light when we were talking in particular about how it was possible to travel and what kind of permissions did you need, what authorization did you need before you were actually going to travel. So in Palo Alto, my observation would be that it's been relatively casual. Somebody says, I would like to go to the conference, it's part of the National League of Cities, which I'm going to go to later this month. And we usually run it by the mayor, and I'm going to presume that the mayor asks the city clerk whether or not there's money in the account. I don't know how that actually happens, but as mayor, that's what I would do, that's what I did. And I'm going to get that probably still happens. So what that led me to was, how do other cities do it? Just as we've just discussed with Mountain View, how do they do what they're doing regarding their safety plan for parking? This looks at what other cities do as far as allocating money to their council. So as you can see, there's some right up on page 1. But if you look at pages 2 and 3 in your packet, which is the one that's labeled, obviously, review council procedures and so forth, you will see that the amounts and how they're spent are very different. So if you were to look at what the travel budget is, travel and meetings, you'll discover that Menlo Park has one price or one amount, Mountain View another amount, and Sunnyvale another amount. So as you can tell from this, Menlo Park comes out to about $8,000 a month. Mountain View is, sorry, not a month, a year, $8,000 a year. And Mountain View is $7,500 per council member per year. And Mountain View's is very complicated and has a great many other aspects woven into it. So, for example, they also include a computer, an iPad, a telephone lines, any number of other things that, as they put in their recommendation, are of assistance when you're staying in touch with your constituency. Sunnyvale is the most generous, and they're at $9,000 a year, with an additional $9,000 for whomever serves as mayor. So I found this particularly interesting because we've never discussed it that I can remember in all the time I have been on the council. Molly, I'm going to look at you because you're the only other one here, I think, that's been here longer than I have. And I think so. Well, before 2013. And so do you recall this ever has come up before? So I don't know why, kind of interesting. But if you then look back at the council travel funds, we've had a budget for it. So this, to be quite honest, I'd forgotten there was actually a budget for it. It goes in every year. It's a line item budget. And as you can see that at the beginning, going back now about 4 years, the budget was actually, I thought this one was 25. The budget, yes, it's 25, and we spent not even 15. The next year, it was, I think, another 25, but for some reason, we went over a couple of $1,000s. I don't know why in particular.
How do you read this, actually?
It is. This is an eye test.
No,
Can you read it?
I don't know how to read it, though.
Oh, so what you're looking is, there's the budget, there's how it changed.
Oh, I see, okay.
There's the current budget,
Oh, I see.
and so forth, and here's what was,
Remaining. Oh, I see, okay.
yeah, so that's what was
Okay.
remaining. So as you go through, what you're going to discover is that we never seem to spend the whole budget. I don't know why that is. There were 9 of us until this year, and 9 people had trouble spending $25,000. So I don't know why exactly. I don't know whether this has been a group that doesn't like to travel or feels that they should not travel for other reasons. I am putting this out tonight because it seems to me as though we should have an amount that is allocated per member, which is pretty much what I'm finding out happens in other cities. Or you could take a look at Menlo Park and say they have $40,000 a year, which is their allocation for 5 of them. So they fall in between Mountain View and between Sunnyvale. So I wanted to bring that forward, as I said. I think we need to contemplate it, bring it back another time, and we also need to consider putting it on the line item the next year, which we have been doing in the past, and consider how we want to go about it. Is it a lump sum? Is it individuals, whatever they happen to spend? Is it some other aspect of this that I haven't thought of at this point? So, any comments from either of you?
So I guess I'm trying to understand
Our own to begin with?
why travel funds was suddenly brought up, and I think you explained most of it, but I'm still not understanding, are we looking to up the amount or reduce the amount, or are you saying each council member we might want to consider that each council?
I think primarily what I would like to think about, because I think the lump sum is small compared to other cities, but you could also consider, do you want to do it individually instead of doing it with a lump sum? So there are a whole variety of ways to do it, obviously. We've just looked at 3 cities. We could collect data from far more cities. We could collect it from, like 10 or 15 cities and see what they actually have. Most cities of our size have a fair amount of travel. For some reason, when I was on the council in the 90s, there was a lot of travel, far more, and for some reason, there isn't as much now. I don't know why, and I don't have any real insight as to why some people choose to travel and some people don't. So You travel a lot, Greg, but primarily for business, right?
Are you anticipating that we might be needing more money in the future for travel? Is that what it is? Because the only year that I see we went over was 2016 and 2017. That was pre-me. But also, I mean, I travel for League of Cities, and I was going to go to a National League of Cities this month, but I decided to cancel because there wasn't much programs that, or
But you wanted to.
that would benefit the city here for me to go find out and would benefit here. So I kind of canceled my trip. So I was just kind of wondering, are we anticipating more travels in the future? Or are you encouraging more council members to travel?
Well, I would certainly encourage more to travel, but I have a different perception of that. I think that you really broaden your
Certainly.
your information, your
Certainly.
horizon. I'm really looking forward to San Antonio because almost invariably when I go to something that is nationwide, I come back with some absolutely different perceptions.
Absolutely.
I'm you know, I know what I'm going to discover is there are a lot of people who support a president I don't support. And they'll be very, very vocal about it. There'll be a lot of discussion that goes on about what's going to happen with the election next year. How will that change things? What about what's going on with the Supreme Court? What about going on with the court appointees and so forth? So I find that really helps me as I make decisions, but also when I need some information from somebody, I might call somebody who's in Ohio and say, I met you at the meeting, you told me that you're doing so-and-so, and you know, I'd really like to know more about it. The other thing that is interesting is there are a number of committees that you can get involved in as you either are go to the state convention or you go to the national convention. And in the past, I've often served on those committees and, again, learned a great deal. So I think the learning that comes from attending conferences that deal with what we do on a regular basis is very advantageous.
Well, I certainly find League of Cities, and when I did go to the national, I did find there were definitely worthy things to attend. So certainly. And then I know that there are some local things that we travel to and buy tickets for, so.
But what I don't know is, do people hold back because they don't think there's enough in our?
I don't think most of us know that there's a budget, that there's 25,000 allocated for travels.
I have to
So,
tell you, I didn't.
It's only when
So-
somebody tells me, like Beth says, you can't do it because we don't have the fund, and she hasn't told me that, you know, so I wouldn't know.
So
Yeah.
I think it's not something that we have really discussed, which is surprising. Because clearly, cities like Mountain View not only discussed it, they have 5 pages of description of what actually they have as their available services to the council. And they're fascinating. And it's quite different from Sunnyvale's, to be honest. So, as I said, what I wanted to do was introduce this tonight, start thinking about it, see if the rest of the council has even thought about it or not thought about it. It's interesting, but we seem to be one of the councils that spends the least amount of time out in other areas finding out what they're doing and what's going on. So, any other thoughts? Greg?
So I'm actually glad you brought this up. So I do travel quite a bit, although I pay for myself, so it's different. But I do agree that actually going to other cities is important because it gives you a different perspective, right? So for instance, I learned when I was in Boston about 6 months ago or so, I learned about the ordinance they had about protected bike lanes. Right, I saw it. And go, wow, this is actually it seems like a good idea, right?
Yeah.
So and so I think it's not necessarily because I think in fact I like the staff report in that they had comparisons to other cities, but I also think that's helpful because you can learn a lot. We have, a lot of cities in the United States, and some cities have good ideas and some programs, and we should borrow from those cities, right? Those kind of ideas.
Really,
So I think that kind of worldly perspective is actually important. Otherwise, you're kind of like, you don't know what's possible, right? So I do think I think it's good that she brought it up. So I have a few thoughts on this. So since we're talking about procedures and protocols, I think one thing that we should talk about also is, right now we have to notice our stay at a hotel, right? And to me, that's a really odd thing, because you're in a country that has nothing to do with Palo Alto, or could be, right? And I've done this many times. I've never had anyone that's come say, "Oh yeah, can I attend your meeting?" No one's ever said that. Even here in Las Vegas, I called from Las Vegas before. Never has that ever happened. Someone says, "I want to join your meeting," and our meeting's noticed here. So to me, it's kind of a weird.
Nobody ever wants to.
No one.
No one ever.
I don't think.
Post it on the door. Nobody ever joins you.
No one.
Yeah.
No, it never happened.
So can I just jump in on that point? You welcome to talk about it if you want to use your time, but that's not a local rule. That's state law. We don't have any ability to vary it.
Making a comment for you.
I think, though, if I did miss the point, what Greg was saying is, you've got to put it up there, which I've done many times when I'm out of town, and never, ever has anyone ever knocked on the door and said, "I'd like to be part of what you're saying in the meeting."
I understand.
Yeah.
I think it's exceedingly rare. In my experience, I serve on some multi-member bodies of attorneys, and I've seen it happen once, that there was a public commenter at a remote location. Raise the issue with their state legislators and see if we can get it changed, because it's very constraining. It's difficult to do, but it is state law. It's not ambiguous in state law. It's a requirement.
So Molly, that's a great point. Could that be changed?
Absolutely.
Back to your legislative agenda.
So, I think that's one of the things that I would really like to see changed, because there have been times when I desperately wanted to vote and couldn't, because there was no way to get a notice up 3 days in advance. I mean, one of the times I was in the hospital, so that's pretty hard.
Different story.
Yeah, but it means that you are really hampered, and that is not a rule for our state legislature.
That's correct.
Right.
They have adopted it to apply to cities and counties,
Right,
but not to themselves, right?
Similar to the Brown Act, right, very similar.
Well, this is actually a part of the Brown Act.
Oh. No wonder.
So as you know, it's difficult to pare back at all on transparency measures, but this one is not utilized. It's extremely rare, and it is quite cumbersome.
Yeah.
But it would require a majority vote of the state legislature and the governor to sign it.
Okay, well, different issue then.
But a very good one, Greg,
Well,
very good one.
just trying to streamline things here. So okay, so, no, none of us are doing this for the money. If you look at how
If one did, they would be
So-
sorely,
so,
they would be
but
sorely disappointed.
Yeah, that's right. But I do think, I don't think any of us necessarily want to lose money on this either, right? And I think that's the intent of having some sort of reimbursement. Now, for me, I happen to travel a lot on my own, right? On my own company's expense, so it's very different. But for those that don't, right, maybe this would be a good thing, right? But what I would suggest is maybe rather than a travel budget, make it a expense budget, right? So like, for instance, if each council member had an expense budget, what I would do with it for myself, because I travel a lot, so I don't need to go see more cities. I see a lot of cities already. What I would do with it, for instance, is I would love to get more polling, right? Like if I wanted to know how much, like what do people think about RVs, I could find that out, right? Or if I want to like do some sort of outreach in the community, I could do that, right? Just, it's like, for me, that's really important. I really want to know the voice of the community. And so I would want to spend, I personally wouldn't spend it more on travel, because I travel a lot already. I don't, I travel like every 3 weeks or so I don't need to travel more. But I would spend it on ways that could keep me connected to the community, right? To hear the voice, to hear what people think about topics. I mean, this is why I have office hours every week, because I really want to know what the community is thinking. And so that's what I would spend the money on, right? Something on that order. And I think each council member is probably different. So I think, so I understand the direction you're kind of headed on this, and I think that makes sense. I think maybe going something similar to the Mountain View or Sunnyvale policy, and each council member could spend it in a way that makes themselves most effective for the constituents. If you never travel outside of Palo Alto, maybe you should, right? Or if you travel out of Palo Alto and you want to be connected to your constituents, maybe you spend the money there, right? And so I think that's, because I think what we want and what our constituents want is us to be as effective as possible. And so if we can do that, then I think that might be good. Now, with that said, I'm actually glad that, in general, we don't spend a lot of money on ourselves. We try to be, and maybe, like for instance, if I had the budget as a council member, maybe I wouldn't spend any of it. I don't know, right? If I couldn't find any good use for it, I wouldn't spend it, right? But it looks like in general, the council is trying to be, at least on ourselves, kind of fiscally prudent. And I think that's a good thing, right? So I think if each council member has discretion whether to spend it or not, it's like some maybe who are really fiscally conservative maybe won't spend anything, right? And that's their choice, right? Or others, they wanted to, they could, right? So I think definitely having discussion more about trying to align it to other cities makes sense. But I think to me it's just trying to enable the council members to be as effective as possible for our constituents. And I think it differs for every council member.
And the idea of it being an expense allowance rather than a travel allowance is a really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think that sounds like that's what Mountain View is doing here. Is like so like.
You all got one of these, didn't you?
Yeah, so like, I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to think of like all the different outreach things that, for me, like I'm really big into outreach and really talking to as many community members as possible. More than just people that show up at our meetings regularly. I want to talk to people that aren't the common attendees. And so that's my big thing. I really want to hear from them, right? And any way possible. So that's what I would spend a budget on, right? And other people probably would spend it differently because they have different needs, right, than I have.
So one of the things I discovered when I was a county supervisor and on their national board is that as we traveled to different cities, I began to learn which cities were like us. So you can go around the country, and I can name 10 cities that are very similar to us. One of them is Minneapolis. Another one is Princeton, New Jersey. But Minneapolis is such a fabulous city that you can learn so much from going to Minneapolis and St. Paul. They have great programs, or Cambridge, right? Good programs.
Mic's off. You might as well just leave your mics on.
But there was so much to be learned, and then what I learned is that I made connections there. So when I needed information on some program or something I was doing, I would call them. Most of us aren't comfortable just calling a city and saying, can I talk to one of your council members? I'd like to know something about whatever.
No, it's true. Like for this RV thing, I talked to a lot of council members. Like for the RV item we just had, I talked to a lot of the council members in Mountain View, right? Because I wanted to hear what happened, right? What did they think, right?
Yeah.
And so, I mean,
You
because I met them.
you didn't have to travel to do
I
that,
just
right?
called them, but because I've met them many times before, it was very easy for me to say, hey, so what do you think about this, and what do you suggest, right? So, I mean, definitely understand.
Yeah, well-
And I wish I knew someone in Cambridge. I wish I knew a Cambridge council member, because I was really curious to know how their
And I
particular
know
bike
one
lane-
of them very well.
Oh, then yeah, I should ask you.
Yes, right. So, but I know that, again, from my other life. So what I'm hoping is that because we allocate less than almost any other city, do people hold back from traveling? Do they look at it and say, well, there really isn't enough money, so I'm not going to travel? Or, I hate to use the word, but are we kind of provincial and think that we know everything here already and there's nothing to be learned from another city or another area of the country? So, those are my thoughts now, but as I said, I'd like this to come back. I'd like this to, it is a line item already for next year, but should it be altered? Should we think of this in some different way? And I know that in Palo Alto, one of the ways that we're lucky is I've almost always paid for my own travel. But many people cannot pay for their own travel, or it's a real hardship to do that. So that would be, I think rather sad. And also our, what do we call it? Our yearly compensation is very modest compared to other cities.
We're basically volunteering.
Pardon?
We're basically volunteering.
We are volunteering, right, yeah, but it's quite modest. So, could we maybe bring that back in January after we, after we mull it over a little bit and talk about it in general?
Well, in January, is there normally a meeting?
There
Or
may not be.
It's normally when
After the
the
first of the year, I think you mean.
first of the year, the mayor will
Are we
reappoint.
meeting in December?
Yes,
Is it the
the
second?
10th,
Okay.
yeah. So,
We don't need to bring it back that soon, though. I think this will actually be, as I said, on the budget, it'll be a line item.
and we will have other policy and protocols, items in December anyway. So if you wanted to bring it up as, I don't know, check-in or something to see what progress we've made, though
That would be good,
we would
actually,
need
yeah,
to,
yeah.
I would want to know specifically what it is you want me to do or us to do. Yeah, any consensus or direction, yeah.
And so let's give you some direction then. What I'd like to do is be able to, find out more about what other cities do. And I think what Greg's idea of this is an expense account rather than just a travel account is an interesting idea. I don't know how that would be seen by either our colleagues or by the community. I have no idea.
Well, maybe it's copy Mountain Views, but they have.
Well, Mountain View is astonishingly constituent oriented.
Yeah, we'd need to look at that. And
what?
Going to an
sorry.
expense account rather than
Yeah.
a line item travel.
Yeah.
If you would though, that would be helpful.
Well, understanding that everything else in our budget is a line item descriptor. So we're typically, as an organization, very prescriptive about what funds can be used for. So it would be.
So it needs to say travel.
Well, that would be consistent with the way we do the rest of our budgeting, and so to do something different would be a bit of an outlier.
Right, but we can look at that and we'll come up, see what happens next, yeah.
Well, maybe it's impossible, or maybe that just goes so far off the,
Yeah, I was just wondering if.
off the other end.
Well, I think we were looking at other cities, so we'll,
Yeah, I'm not aware of a city of our size and type that does that. Mountain View has a list of authorized expenses, but they are around attending events and
And
travel.
constituency. Many of them say in order to stay in touch with your constituency or something like that.
Yes, but I think they're not as broad as the creative idea that Councilmember Tanaka was advancing,
they're not.
which is that
They
you could
really
use
are
it for
very much
polling
about
or.
It's very important for you to be in contact with your constituency. Here's your fax, here's your iPad, here's your whatever.
Well, I think for me, if Mountain View has something good, I think that's fine. I mean, to me, it shouldn't be just, we could spend it on a trip to Tahiti. That doesn't make sense, right? It should be something that helps the city, right? So I think to me, I'm thinking of more something along with what Mountain View is thinking or has than just a carte blanche, spend it on whatever you feel like. That doesn't seem right or prudent.
I was thinking Tahiti sounded nice. I've never been there. So, and Monique, maybe I'll work with you some on this too, because this is something that I brought forward and see
sure.
what else we find out about other cities.
Right.
And I understand from going to conferences, especially in the Southeast, frequently council members do not have any salary whatsoever or compensation, but a travel budget. That's all they have. So, especially, as I said, in the Southeast, around Florida, Georgia, Alabama, and just yet another way. So, I don't know what Los Altos does, because I know that Lynette was at the last, didn't she go to the conference? So, I don't know whether they have some other way of doing this or not. Anyhow, so rather than prolonging this, let's think of other ways to to come at it and talk about when our next meeting is going to be.
Currently scheduled for December 10th.
At 6 o'clock here?
Here,
Okay.
absolutely.
And do we know what the agenda will be?
We do know that we will be coming back with the cleanup items from the handbook. And I believe we have an update on audit progress. So David Ramberg will be here doing that presentation. And I think those two items may be it for now. I'd have to get
And our
in.
auditor has left, right? Our contracted auditor?
Contract auditor, his last day, I think, is this week, this Thursday.
He sent a nice note, I know, asking if we wanted to meet with him before he left.
Yes, so that's, I think those are the two
Good.
items at this moment.
In that case, I think knowing what's going to happen the next time, carrying this item forward, is there anything else we need to talk about before we break, before 10 o'clock?
Yeah, actually, if I might ask, cleanup items in the handbook, what is that?
A lot of them.
What handbook?
A lot of them are basic things that need to get us in compliance with state law, with other policies. You noticed maybe on the red line version of the travel policy, it just updates it to be compliant and similar to other things.
And the handbook is
The policies and
policy and procedures.
Procedures and protocols.
Council, right?
Yes.
Yes.
It's the council's working handbook for its the way that council conducts its business.
Because in researching for this, because I was kind of perplexed and I was wondering how did just the travel policy get on the calendar and why are we just discussing that one? Because.
And not the rest of it?
Right. And having looked at it, the version that is there is pretty old.
Right.
So I think 2013 or something like that, right? So I went looking at all the meeting notes and I found that in 2015, P&S went through an update and actually went through a very lengthy process. And I think it was former council Mayor Burt, Wolbach, Councilmember Wolbach, Du Bois,
You're going
and
to stay and meet with Molly
somebody
and
else, I
Ann, aren't
think.
you?
Oh, Berman. And they went through and did a
They're
whole
here
bunch
for
of
you.
red lines and made a lot of suggestions,
Oh, they
and
are.
but it never came to council. It did come to council?
Turn your mic on. Sorry.
That's why they're.
It did go to council, and there was a even, I'll call it, wider ranging discussion.
Oh, it blew up?
And it led to some, I'll say muddled, or some confusion on our part as to what the follow-up action was gonna be. So I think we're still piecing together what the next step was on that, other than, as you're seeing it, a little more bite-sized pieces that we concluded we are able to bring back.
Okay, and do you happen to remember what date that was, went to council? Because it'd be nice to watch the video of how it went kapoosh.
We don't have it handy,
You don't
so
have it,
we'll
just
get
send
that.
it to me, yeah, no problem.
I'm gonna say October 2018, but I'm not 100%
Okay.
sure.
October 2018, wow, it came pretty late then. I wonder, okay, I can't remember it.
We'll get you the exact.
And another item that I was kind of looking at was our rent protection that was referred to policy and services. Did we work on that? Or is that?
That's a good question. We were looking at that today, and I went back to renters protection did not come back specifically. The housing, there was your your memo with Councilmember Du Bois about the housing work plan, which had addressed some elements of that. So I think we need to clarify whether or not that was whether or not we were incorrectly or correctly including those two together or not. Because that didn't, that went to council earlier this year. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember, but I thought was it last year? Or
It was last year that
last
the
year.
renters
Renters
protection specifically. But we can,
So
we'll take a
maybe I'll
look at
check
that.
in with you offline.
Well, I think we need to sort out how to take next steps on that, given the 1482, along with the urgency ordinance, you know, that's a subset, short-term subset of that, and how the city's next steps might be considered in the context of the revisions to state law.
Right.
So staff has some additional follow-up work there to do.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
With that, are we adjourned?
If the chair says so.
If you say
Is
so.
there a motion to adjourn?
I don't
I don't think so.
I don't think we need to make
I never
a
quite know what
motion.
Robert's rules say about adjourning in a committee meeting. Do you have to do it formally? I've never done it formally before. No.
Exactly.
And they'll be staying here by themselves,
Probably so.
Thank you, everybody.